Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. 21 families of the students of Hillside and Asha Academy have been identified after the DNA was combined with those of the parents who were tested at the government laboratory. Government pathologist Johansson Odwar has also announced that the start of the activity to inform the parents to go and pick up the remains of the bodies, some of which were burnt beyond recognition, has also begun.
All the 21 students have now been identified through DNA. We are now in a process of contacting the relatives. We have a team made up of DCI and Red Cross and counselors so that we can have them come and reunite with their loved ones as we are preparing for the next process of assisting them in the way they are going to bury the bodies.
On his part, Nyeri County Acting Chief Commissioner Pius Murugu has said that there'll be a memorial service for the tragedy at Muga Stadium in Nyeri before the bodies are handed over to the parents for burial. He says the funeral arrangements will be completed by next week.
You know, at the moment, we cannot be able to open the school without burying the victims. So that is why we have made it soon as possible. By next week, we shall be able to conclude the burial arrangements for everybody, so that now, after 1 week, the other week, we shall be able to see how the school will be reopened.
Despite the tragedy that caused the nation to mourn for 3 days, the school is expected to open soon after meeting the criteria set by the Ministry of Education regarding the school's infrastructure. The parents of the students who died in the fire tragedy still have wounds of their children who died in the dormitory. That will always have to remember. And convicted Acting Inspector General of Police Gilbert Masengeli risks being jailed after his attempts to challenge his recent conviction suffered a setback when the Court of Appeal postponed the hearing to next week. By Monday next week, Masengeli's 6-month jail prison sentence kicks in unless he ceases his ongoing defiance, a stance he has maintained consistently despite not presenting himself before Justice Lawrence Mugambi. Through advocates Cecil Miller and Steve Ogola, Masengeli had filed an appeal under a certificate of urgency, arguing that Justice Mugambi had condemned him without granting a fair hearing. He similarly argued that sending representatives to court should have been sufficient. However, the Court of Appeal did not offer him any reprieve, instead postponing the hearing and exposing the defiant acting police boss to imprisonment. As tensions escalate between the National Police Service and the Judiciary, President William Ruto weighed in on the matter, calling for a ceasefire between the two institutions.
I am acutely aware that the National Police Service is an independent institution, and so is the judiciary. But ultimately, we have one master, the people of Kenya, that we work together towards serving not interests of individuals, but the collective interest of the people of Kenya.
As we mark 1 month since 3 middle-aged men were forcefully abducted in Kitengela, Kajiado County, their families now demand to have them either dead or alive. Longton Jamil, his brother Aslam Longton, and Free Kenya Movement coordinator Bob Njagi were reported missing on Monday, August 19th. Since then, no information about their whereabouts has been known. The brothers were reported to have disappeared a few kilometers from their home, while Njagi was allegedly pulled out of a bus at Mlolongo area and bundled into a Subaru by unknown people. According to Mrs. Salwa Muhammad, wife to Longton Jamil, their family still hopes to get their sons back. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Lydiahs, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
Good morning and welcome to Thursday, coming towards the end of the week, and let's take a look at what's happening on these streets as we get into it. And the answer is not much. There's traffic starting to build on the Thika Superhighway, but not looking at anything crazy, at least not for now. And also on Outer Ring, I think you'll get into the city with no problem. It's A-OK coming off of Kangunda Road. A little bit of traffic at your junctions here and there, in and outbound, but the Eastern Bypass looks pretty good. You'll find some traffic right around Mombasa Road as you head towards Imaradaima, but it's negligible for now. Keeping an eye on all of this as we get into Thursday proper. You're fine on Gong Road, and you're also okay coming off of Kiambu Road, at least for now. We're going to keep an eye on things, and we're going to start the morning off right, are we not? Yes, we are. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Otherwise yako iko aje ndu, yangu iko poa. Good morning and welcome to Thursday, Kenya's biggest conversation on this 19th day of September 2024. Karibuni sana everybody. This is, it's Thursday already.
It's Thursday the 19th.
Imagine like that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey. Then mwisho wa mwezi kuja iende. Then we are in September. No, we are in October.
Mm-hmm.
Kidogo, New Year.
You missed Christmas.
That's New Year, my friend. Well, after November, just start saying 2025.
Feliz Navidad.
Yeah. So you know the way Christmas just comes and passes in the blur, like, like
what happened? There were some 5 days we were not quite sure what was going on, and then before you know it's Asia. Yeah, I know.
Where? Otherwise, how was your day? Otherwise.
My day was okay.
Okay. Mine too.
Did you behave yourself?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe that was behaving.
Me too. I behaved myself as well.
Well or bad?
Well.
Yeah, behaving is behaving. Yeah, the behaving that we want. Is it the one that we got?
I did it.
Karibuni sana everybody to Kenya's biggest conversation. Thank you very much for tuning in wherever you are. So this is what we shall be discussing today. Number one, city is still away, we said. 2 weeks like this. Naenda fanya hivi batteries. I'm connect kwa socket. And you know, city. I'm sure like the first 2 days like this is just watching movies.
Yeah. Everything that moves. Watching.
It's watching movie. He'll come and tell us about this movie that
this movie that he watched.
Yes.
What was that thing he said I should watch? Lioness.
Please remind me also. I would also like to watch Lioness.
Okay.
Yeah. So Lioness and others to watch. What shall we be discussing today? It's Thursday. It's a Justice Thursday conversation that we shall have at 7 a.m. Refund of cash bail and collection of surety. Bas. Umetoa cash bail. Umeapia kotini. See, now they owe you money.
Wamesema uende.
See, they owe you money.
Yeah.
Are you given your money as you walk out of the court?
Ama wanasema rudi after 45 days.
Fanya hivi zao, now you need to apply. And then you are also deposited a surety.
Risha Visango.
Hey. Honorable Wangare Mbulika is the principal magistrate. She will be with us at 7 a.m. for this conversation. And then at 8 o'clock, we will talk about the education crisis in the universities. Cyprian Ombati is the national vice chairman of the university's academic staff union. He will be with us at 8 a.m. University staff went on strike yesterday.
What?
Yeah?
They did.
They downed their tools. What are the university lecturers' tools?
See, to go to the class and teach.
So what are the tools? When they down their tools, what are they downing?
They're not teaching, they're not going to
class. What are
class.
they downing? They've shut their
mouths. Yes. No more instruction.
So they downed their tools. The dons will be joined by Cyprian at 8 a.m. for that. At 9, crisis in the healthcare system. Where? We are now rolling over into this new thing called SHA Chief. So SHA is the Social Health Authority. It's the overall body.
Yes.
And then there's a fund under it.
Yeah.
There are 3 funds.
3 funds.
There's a primary healthcare fund. There's an emergency critical care and chronic illness fund. And there's the Social Health Insurance Fund. Right? Now, those 3, are they aligned for October? Because from end of this month, if you are salaried employee, your money will now go not to NHIF but to SHIF. If you've been contributing individually as a person, now you need to also contribute to SHIF. Shift comes with those other things of graduated. We look at your means, there's means testing, and then we say, now it's not that everybody who is not on a payroll that is paying the same amount of money. Then the other thing is that now shift is also household contribution. It's not individual contribution. What are all those things? So if a household has 7 people who,
and you must register your children as dependents as well.
And how many? A number of wives is limited to?
Sigei?
There are all those things. They're supposed to be happening end of this month. Do we know? Dr. Brian Lishenga is the chair of the Rural Private Hospitals Association of Kenya. George Gibore is the General Secretary of the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers. The two gentlemen join us at 9 a.m. to discuss that. Okay? Hivyo ndio maneno inakaa.
Sour.
Hivyo ndio maneno inakaa leo. So first of all, what you do is the usual thing. Give us the weather, and then we'll look at everybody who's online, and then thereafter, the newspaper headlines.
Probably.
Is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Kenyans abroad, sending money home should be simple and stress-free. Stay connected back home. Open your Credit Bank Nyumbani Diaspora account today by visiting www.creditbank.co.ke. Just a few clicks and you're all set to send love and support back to your loved ones. And that's not all. Explore a world of possibilities, including investment opportunities. It's fast, easy, and secure, bringing you closer to the moments that matter most. Visit creditbank.co.ke or call +254 70 907 2000 to learn more. Credit Bank is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. Seal the deal every day with the all-in-one plan from Safaricom. Get data, minutes, and SMS all-in-one on-the-go monthly bundle plan from Safaricom. Tune into the Situation Room every Monday to Friday as we unpack the all-in-one monthly plan from Safaricom. Safaricom is for you.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Clear conditions and partly cloudy in some parts of Nairobi, 14 degrees with highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 27 in a mostly clear Nakuru at 13. It's 14 and cloudy in Nyeri with highs of 26, and looking into a clear Eldoret at 12, we'll see highs of 25. 22 and partly sunny in Mombasa with highs of 30, and Malindi at 23 is sunny with highs of 30. 30 will be the high in a clear Kisumu at 19, while at 16 and clear in Kakamega, we'll see highs of 30. Kampala's clear at 18, highs of 30, and Dar es Salaam at 24 is sunny with highs of 29. Johannesburg is partly cloudy at 14 with highs of 25 and lows of 9, while Mogadishu will be sunny through Thursday, currently at 25 going to highs of 31. It's 12 degrees and sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 21 and lows of 10. Mostly cloudy at 25 in Lagos with highs of 30, and at 24 Kinshasa is cloudy going to highs of 35 and lows of 23. We're looking into a sunny afternoon in Beijing at 27 with highs of 31, and 17 and cloudy in Paris with highs of 25. It's cloudy at 17 in London going to highs of 24 rather, and Wednesday night is cloudy at 20 in New York. Coming into Thursday, we'll see highs of 24 and lows of 18.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Watu wako
wengi
sana.
Very good.
Don Sabwa says the Mrima Rumble is just another wide diversionary tactic to sway the public away from the Adani scandal. Really? As well as the high cost of living and empty promises. How are you, Eric and Ndu?
We are
Plus
being
Ombaso.
distracted from the real things that matter.
Exactly.
Okay.
Desmond says, good morning, Ombaso, Ndu and Latiff. You need to invite Babu Owino and Sifuna, then later Anyang Nyong'o. Be blessed.
Very good. Oh, by the way, people, you need to start saying hi to more people. We are many. We are legion. There is Lydiah. Say hello to Lydiah.
There is
Avin.
There's Avin.
There's
Lydiah, otherwise
Asha.
known as Lydia.
Lydiah. And then there's Avin. And there's Asha.
Avin.
And there's Franga. Hey. Watu ni wengi bwana. Mpaka franga yuko hapa.
Mpaka franga yuko.
Hey, okay.
Bonjour à tous, bonjour à toi. Michael Olande, good morning. Linus Gitonga is also here. Shikamoni, wakubwa zangu, pwani ya Mombasa inawasikiliza.
Very good. Pwani hiyo inafanya vizuri.
Sindio? So George Gashoridi says, looking forward to a great show. Karibu sana. Ken Kibara is listening from Kabitini in Nakuru. Good morning, Spice family. So now Masengeli sees the importance of courts. It would appear so. It would appear so, my brother. Stella S says, good morning, beautiful people tuning in from Mombasa. Tibbs Muga says, good morning, team. Pap D says, Ndu was missed last time she was absent, so she decided to be absent again. Okay, please.
Are we on today's show?
Look at me. Look at me.
Are you looking at today's stream?
Am I here?
Yeah.
It's me.
Well, yeah, that feels like you.
I don't understand.
Okay.
Pap D, are you okay?
Oh, ni Abdi?
It's Pap D. I don't know who he's seeing. Okay.
Pap D.
Yamo.
Where was Pap D on the 2nd of August, 1942?
Silly question. Good morning, Team Spice. Masengeli amesema labda mashartinya. I don't understand how to even pronounce.
Soma tu.
Pana, I'm butchering it.
Sema.
Masharti. Masharti nyakoti ndio imfuate.
Yeah.
Even you doesn't make sense.
Masengeli amesema masharti ya koti ndio yamfuate.
Oh, he didn't? Sijui?
Okay. Hata mwenyewe ajui.
Okay, so Leo says, good morning to the princess. Good morning. Eric CT, Ednah, the political class always want to use the tragedy of Russia to fight their wars and blame the boogeyman for the tragedy. With that planned prayer, I know. Ednah, it's Thursday, not Wednesday. Somebody is saying, but it's Thursday now. What is wrong with people today? Are we not seeing ourselves?
Wednesday.
George Okoh anasalimia kila mtu. My prince says our good government has formed a 129-person committee to review the new university model. I know 129 people have joined together to waste our time.
130.
Imagine.
Committee.
William Mora says, my first time saying good morning to the Situation Room gang. Well, I think that deserves a clap, does it not? William Mora, good morning to you and karibu sana. Carol Nyambura anatupenda sana. Agola, tunakuona. And you're asking where is he? He's on leave, Agola. Sasa ambia kila mtu. Good morning, Kingori, Nyaboke and Ifoma. How did you know my name was Ifoma? Have I said it here before? Ni kama DCIE. And says one love. Joe Mwangi says Hamjambo. John Mwangi. Robert Obogo is tuned in. Eric Award says good morning. Everybody is saying good morning. Rachel Wajiros. Rutherford Maganga is also here. Joe Mungai is tuned in and says yes, it was sad to see the death of Teddy Kalanda of the Mushrooms.
Yeah.
Agola is asking what's the music for the morning nigani anataka kudance. Ednah hajatupanga bwana. Leo. Kesho basi tutafanya hivyo kesho. Mr. Bali has things to say. Abdullahi Ogello is also greeting and saying good morning. He is here. Ira Dunda is also tuned in, looking forward to everything from Oslo in Norway. Thomas Joguna is also here. Joseph Ondigi is tuned in. Marshall Dangote, really? Kilonzo says good morning. Love to be in the room this morning. Bernardo Kello is also tuned in from Doha. And Alfayo Ingole says Latiff gave us a TBT or give us a TBT jam. Watu wanataka tu muziki?
TBT jam.
Ni kama?
Ya kama ya leo. Bwana. Hiyo imeenda.
Malaika.
Actually, we were doing the TBTs with Teddy Kalanda music yesterday.
We did that yesterday actually.
All the TBTs of yesterday apply today.
Nashindwa na mali sina we, ningekuwa malaika.
Very good, very good.
Ndio.
Very good.
Mimi nimemaliza.
Umemaliza? Okay. Proverbs from where?
Libya.
Like
Lydiah.
Lydiah,
Just
Libya.
the B and D different.
We're just dealing with the same. Same. Yeah. Something else about Lydia. Oh, Libya.
Not
Okay.
Lydia. Focus.
You know, they got their independence from Italy in 1947, the 10th of February. And since then, they were independent like that. The NATO intervention in Libya took place in 2011, and that's the last time we know Libya as we used to know it. Because between 1947, independence declared from Italy. They became Regency of Tripoli many years earlier in 1551. It was the Regency of Tripoli. 1551. It was Italian Libya since 1911 to 19 what? When they got independence?
47.
Yes. Kingdom was established in 1951 in Libya. In 1969, Muammar Gaddafi led a coup, and he remained in office all those years until this NATO intervention in 2011, and then we know what happened. Okay? So, today's proverb from Libya. Learn to shave by shaving orphans. Learn to shave by shaving orphans.
Shave like?
Shaving, not save. Shave. Konyoa. Learn to shave by shaving orphans.
Because you'll get experience, because for the... Oh no, that doesn't make sense. I heard children, but not all. Orphans are those without parents. I wonder what the significance of shaving is to the Libyans.
Well, I think it would start from, if we just start from children, who shaves the children? It's the parents.
The parents.
So when the parents are not there, then the children are disheveled.
So it's
encouraging you
for those who don't have care. Learn to care for others by those who don't have. Yeah. Je vous.
Headlines, Safatali.
On the front page of the Standard this morning, varsities in a fine mess. Public universities have been limping from crisis to crisis, from insolvency to student funding crisis said to be discriminatory, and now a strike by its workers over their remuneration. The institution's woes are hitting rock bottom. But what must now be done to save the citadels of knowledge? Where? Douglas Kanja Kirocho clears the vetting hurdle in Parliament to await swearing in as the new Inspector General of Police. The big question, will this man end impunity? So he will become the new Inspector General of Police. Masangeli then ceases to be acting, of course, but he still has things to handle. Coco. Fresh test for Ruto as IMF pushes for new tax policies. This IMF people, they should leave us alone, I beg. Don't you think so?
Yeah.
Wetangula party won't fold for UDA.
They'd love to leave us, but we can't leave them. IMF people.
We can't leave them. It's that love-hate relationship.
Yeah. So you keep going to them.
You keep going back. Ednah, have you heard? You keep going back. You cannot leave them. Juvenile gangs terrorize Kwale and Mombasa. We saw this. It's not good. Lip service as politics back in church. And we saw the unfortunate incident in Lebanon yesterday when exploding devices killed 15. It just doesn't end. New safety rules to lock farmers out of the market. That doesn't sound like a good thing, but we'll look into that. On the front page of The Nation this morning, playing with our children's future. This irks me already. Education in crisis. Junior secondary. Just so you know, public school students in grades 7 and 8 are bearing the brunt of a chaotic transition in the new CBC system. 1. School fire tragedies. Parents fear for the safety of their children in boarding schools amid failure to adhere to set guidelines. 2. Varsity fees changes. New funding model has led to student protests over questionable banding, resulting in a second review. 3. Wave of pay strikes. Teachers in primary and secondary schools, as well as university dons and workers, have downed their tools. Does it look good? It does not. 2 major pay strikes by teaching staff and a suspended one by varsity students over fees, all in less than 1 month, paints the picture of a sector in turmoil. Add to this the chaotic transition to junior school under the CBC system and the tragic fire incidents in our institutions. Who will end this mess and bring sanity to our schools? It's a big question and it needs to be answered. Kanja all set to be named police boss after MPs give him the nod. Adani fights off cases in dispute over JKIA lease. This is another one who should just leave us alone. Just say it didn't work. Pack up your things and come and be going.
Step.
Yeah, Buana. How Ryla used cabinet deal to settle ODM row. In a typical case of killing two birds with one stone, the deal also saw him get a foothold in government and earned him the state support in bid for the AUC chairperson job. Koki Mule's fourth bid for IBC job faces headwinds. Why? And on the back page of The Nation, we're looking at Kanja approved, and the president calls for a truce in ongoing police-judiciary feud and says, come on, guys.
Please.
Play fair.
Simuonge.
It's not necessary. It's what you're doing.
Okay. The Business Daily, 96 billion shillings SACCO loans reveal parent school fees burden. Kenyans tapped 96 billion shilling loans from savings and credit cooperative societies to pay school fees and related expenses last year. Can you imagine? This is 96B that was borrowed for education. Okay? This is just those that took loans for education, 96 billion shillings, just from SACCOs alone. Now, we're not talking about other credit from other places. How much money goes into education in this country? Just too much. This underlines the growing burden of education in private institutions amid falling standards in cheaper public schools. New data released by the SACCO Society's regulatory authority, SASRA, shows that borrowing to pay fees is only second to loans for purchase of land and building residential houses at 124 billion, which has traditionally been the primary focus of the credit unions. Overall, SACCO members tapped new loans worth 460 billion in 2023, with debt for school expenses having accounted for 21% of the credit issued in the period. Imagine. Other headline, how Adani's JKIA proposal was cleared in 17 days. Okay. KRA's August tax collections in a rare 9.2 billion shilling fall on jitters. Tax collections in August suffered a rare drop on the back of depressed sales at the height of economic uncertainties that followed the protests. Why do they call them anti-government protests? They are not anti-government protests. IMF further delays approval of fresh funding to Kenya.
Delays. Get your tax.
They have further delayed the approval date for new funding to Kenya amid a lack of consensus on new revenue targets. They're saying, can you raise this money? Raise this money. Sasa unaona Gen Z wamesema ongelesheni Gen Z. Imagine. New administrator appointed for trucker multiple hauliers. The High Court has appointed the official receiver to manage debt-ridden transport and logistics firm Multiple Hauliers East Africa Limited and conclude a deal with an investor. Can you imagine Multiple Hauliers is in receivership?
Crazy.
Imagine.
It's crazy.
Imagine. KMRC to skip bond issue again on high interest rates. Therefore, second consecutive year deferred plans to issue another bond. Higher. They have a story, an interesting story on page 13 of the Business Daily today. Low-profile Naivasha hotel billionaire cutting big deals. It's an interesting one. I'm going to tell you about it. In the Star today, top right-hand corner in...
Till Green.
New bill. There's a photo here written, Francis Atwoli Road. Remember that Francis Atwoli Road?
Okoh.
In Kileleshwa.
Yeah.
It used to be Dick Gardens.
Yeah.
It used to be Dick Road. It was then renamed Francis Atwoli. And Boniface Mwangi and others went there and were doing things. No more naming of roads and streets after living persons. There's a new bill saying that.
I want to know the razor. Who was the razor?
We will look at it. Other headlines. Pupil 12 survives stray bullet during lesson in Rongai.
Ateke.
She was lucky, but the incident left her and classmates shaken. Grade 6 pupil PM was in class attending a math lesson on Tuesday at a school in Rongai, Kajiado County, when a bullet suddenly hit her left hand. The bullet tore through the roof and disrupted the lesson.
From where?
We will look at the story. We will look at many. Different narrative. How women in Mandera forestalled deadly clan clashes. What next for IG as sentence takes effect on Friday? Yeah. So the Court of Appeal said, we cannot stop it. And then the hearing for this case certified at the Court of Appeal. Kuja next month.
However, in the meantime, just be sitting here kidogo.
The conviction and the sentence stand. 7 days in Aisha. Friday. Masengeli.
Cabbage na cold floor.
So is it Masengeli, the person who's been sentenced, or is it the IG of police who's been sentenced?
Because by Friday, it's the IG of the police, then Kanja will go. No, Pana. It's you, the person of Masengeli.
Who has been sentenced?
Yes, please.
Okay. Haya.
So you know tomorrow is Friday?
Kesho ni Friday.
Where?
Kesho, Masengeli atalala ndani. Ama kutaendaje?
And you know it's Friday.
Kamata Fridays.
Monday ndio tutaonana.
Bas.
If we are tuonana.
Bas.
Onana.
Hakuna kuonana, ana serve sentence. Hii si ati pending. No.
The appeal, whatever, will go on while you are inside.
Atakuwa akiingia Mariamu asubuhi analetwa kotini na maabusu wengine.
Let me ask you something. Do I have time to ask? When a because it's a state officer, when a state officer of this caliber, such things happen. Let's say that he will go to prison for 6 months. It's jail. Since it's 6 months, it's jail.
It's prison.
It's prison.
Yes.
It's not this one for Hapa.
It's C-cell.
It's C-cell. It's prison.
Ni prison.
Can he then come back and serve in that position? What does the Constitution say about a serving state officer of rank? Can he come back?
I think there's a need on if you're unfit to hold office if you've been
incarcerated.
Is it 6 months or is it 7 months? I'm not sure whether the threshold is 6 or 7.
If it's below 7, then we can say you can come back. But
I'm not sure the threshold is 6 or 7. We can check.
Wow.
We can check. Okay. Si principal magistrate anakuja hapa 7.
Na mambo ya bond and
tutaonesa yeye. Okay. Bang in the middle of the paper.
Well done.
In the Star today. Billions sink installed government projects. Not installed, installed government projects.
Oh, in space
stalled. Billions sink in stalled government projects. Spread across the country, they are yet to return any value for money to the taxpayer. Any. There's a photo here, and there are two photos actually, one superimposed against the other. Gachagwa's glaring absence as Ruto hosts Nyeri MPs. So, Interior CS Kithure Kindiki and President Ruto during the launch of the strategic framework for the implementation of reforms in the National Police Service, the Kenya Prison Service, and the National Youth Service yesterday. And then there is a photo below where we have Nyeri Town MP Duncan Madenge, Teto's Geoffrey Wa Ndeto, Madera's Eric Wamumbi, President Ruto, Othaya MP Wambogo Wainaina, Senator Wahoma Wamatinga, Kiani MP Wainana Njoroge, Mukurweini's John Kagushia. They were all at State House Nairobi yesterday. They were discussing the government's road, stadia, fresh produce markets, and water programs in Nyeri County.
Okay.
Kiongozi ya Nyeri County
wamekutada.
Bila kiongozi wao mkubwa wa mlima. He was not there. Okay? He was not there. Tell us about traffic quickly. Then we look at all these other stories. Senor.
Copy that.
Yeah.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to
All right, the Thika Superhighway is buzzing with activity this morning, and we're looking at some traffic coming in from Survey through towards the Pangani Tunnel. That's busy. Also coming in from Kiambu Road, then round through towards Muthaiga Square. That whole area is doing the thing. As you're on Waiyaki Way, in and outbound traffic is starting to build as well. Getting out towards Chiromo, and then through, we'll see at the junction of Ring Road Westlands, there will be some traffic that started to build. Limu Road, you're looking all right. Coming in from Muthaiga through towards the CBD, okay. Gong Road is also looking busy right now. Gong Road then touching on Kingara Road, looking at Ring Road, Kilimani, and all of this happening as you get towards the CBD. Nothing too much a buzzing right now. We're going to keep an eye on things and see how it develops as we get into Traffic Hour. Let's talk on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Aya basi.
Sasa, education in crisis. You know me, I can't just let it go.
Yeah.
The question is, who's going to bring sanity back into our schools? Unfortunately, there's just too much going on at the same time to ignore it. It's carried on page 6 and 7 of The Nation today. Questions about how is it possible that so many things can go wrong? The grade 6 and 7s and 8s right now are the ones who are bearing the brunt of what's happening at the CBC level. And then now, of course, we saw that yesterday the university dons have then gone ahead to go on strike, and they've said, nah, you guys need to figure out this remuneration thing because we're not able to get into it. Education in turmoil. MPs put minister to task over poor safety and unrest in schools. And schools is not just primary schools, it's across all the way through towards university.
Buana.
2 major strikes by teaching staff and a suspended one by students, all in less than 1 month, paints the picture of a sector in turmoil. To further illustrate the problems, Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba had a baptism of fire yesterday when he appeared before members of the National Assembly for the first time since he took office to answer questions on the state of the sector. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula captured the importance of discussing the state of education. I like that he did that. That it was necessary to do. He termed the debate an extremely serious issue that affects you and the people you represent, to chide some noisy MPs during the debate, because they did that. They started making noise, and he said, actually, you know what, guys, stop it. This is a very serious issue.
Yeah.
You have children.
Yeah.
You have people that you represent. It needs to be serious. The last time Mr. Ogamba had a date with the MPs was during his vetting. The questioning yesterday coincided with the start of a nationwide strike by university lecturers and non-teaching staff. Among other grievances, the lecturers want the government to sign with them a new collective bargaining agreement to provide for better pay. Mr. Ogamba had to deal with questions around school safety following the recent fire incident at Hillside and Darasha Academy, where 21 boys died when a dormitory caught fire. Just as a point of information, we did see from the office of Johnson Odori yesterday that all 21 bodies can be linked to the DNA samples that their parents provided.
So all have been identified.
All have been identified in less than a month, so this is good.
Yeah.
I'm saying good.
At least
they've been identified.
At least we're getting closure to some level of closure. But final closure is when the parents understand what happened.
Exactly what happened. And I know the school was opened again, but I think that it was
caused the death
too
of
quick
my
without
child.
giving reasons.
Yeah.
2 weeks later, no one has been held responsible for the deaths. The CS termed the incident as most unfortunate and regrettable. Mr. Ogamba revealed that this year there have been 239 cases of unrest in secondary schools. Out of these, 106 have been fire incidences and 35 have occurred in the third term that only opened on the 26th of August. He said there's been a problem with compliance, safety guidelines, and we need to move policies and regulations so that there can be penalties for offenders. So he understands that there needs to be set guidelines that folks need to follow. If there's nothing to follow, you cannot hold anybody responsible. So he understands and he agrees. The CBC has been a thorn in the flesh of other CSs who came before him since it was rolled out in 2019. Former CS Amina Mohammed was transferred from the docket by President Uhuru Kenyatta soon after she declared that the country was not ready for its rollout. She said it. Then
we're not ready.
She said we're not ready. Amesema wewe wacha tukusumbua hapa, ende ufanye huko.
End of foreign affairs.
Her successor, Professor George Magoha, pushed it through even as some stakeholders raised concerns over the curriculum. By the time he left office in 2022, one of the key issues around CBC was the domiciling of junior secondary school, and it continues to be an issue today. Ezekiel Mashogu took over from Professor Magoha as the Education CS and presided over what turned into a chaotic transition from grade 7 in January 2023 and grade 8 this year. Remember, grade 7s in public schools in 2023 learned nothing.
And now they're in grade 8.
And now they're in grade 8.
Do you think they're learning anything? They are not.
They're not.
Because those teachers who are supposed to be teaching them, the ones who were hired last year, they were intern teachers. Have they been confirmed?
No, they have not.
Are they the same ones, the same number of teachers who are teaching grade 7s are now teaching grade 7 and 8?
Yes, please.
Do you think they're able to?
No, please.
What did we hear? That somebody has been hired, he's a science teacher, and he's supposed to teach everything.
Math, history, agriculture. In fact, kama uko hapa, kuja ukwe nini class teacher ya class.
Fundisha hata music. This is chaotic.
It is chaotic.
It's a whole. Basically, our education sector is in a crisis, and nobody is appearing to deal with it. The president is dealing with it piecemeal. Okay, so the working party came. Okay, so now the big issue now is what funding. 150 people go and discuss
and
funding.
Form a thing.
The next issue now will be what? Now, how shall we transition from grade 10 to grade 11? Now there will be another 267 people who will be formed to look at transition to grade 7 to grade 11.
Grade 8 right now, they are going to grade 9. That is the final year
That's
in
the final
junior
year.
secondary.
Yeah.
The question is, what will happen when we are now moving to grade
From 9 to 10.
What will happen?
Yes.
And we're supposed to be going into pathways.
Pathways and all those
and
things.
then you have subject schools.
What?
More.
Chaos.
Then, yesterday, University Dons, Uwasu said,
tools down.
We're not doing.
We'll talk to the Iwasu people when they join us at 8.
The CS of Education, as well as the entire Ministry of Education, all stakeholders have a lot of work to do to be able to sort out what's going on. It's not going to take a day. After all, that's what Rome was not built in. However, the attitude needs to change today. Otherwise, this crisis we're talking about, it'll get worse.
Yep. So, remember David Kenani Maraga?
Yes, please.
He is the former Chief Justice of the Republic.
Chief Justice Emeritus.
Yes.
Yeah.
President Ruto appointed him to head a task force to look at reforms in the National Police Service, in the Prison Service, and the National Youth Service.
Yeah.
Now, President Ruto again has formed a team to implement the reforms task force. Yesterday, he was launching those reforms, okay, at the Kenya School of Government. There's a photo here on the front page of the Star. If you can zoom in a little bit, Ednah. So, in this photo, starting from this side, this is which side for you?
That's my left.
Okay. Left is Justin Muturi.
Yes, please.
He is the Minister in charge of Public Service. Next to him is Professor Kedura
Kiduro
Kindiki. He is the Minister for Interior. Next to him is William Ruto.
Oh, the President.
He's the President of the Republic of Kenya.
Yes, he is.
And next to him is a uniformed guy. Uniformed guy is Mr. Gilbert Masengeli. He's the Acting Inspector General of Police. Masengeli has until end of day today to appear in court personally. Just that. And he will not go to jail tomorrow. If he does not appear in court,
he will go to jail tomorrow.
He will go to jail. So the president was launching this thing in the presence of the Inspector General of Police, the Principal Secretary, the Cabinet Secretary, the National Police Service Commission leadership, the prisons leadership, the NYS leadership. And this is what he said. President William Ruto has ordered civil servants to respect the rule of law. The directive comes as some government institutions continue to operate in contempt of the aspirations of the Constitution. This is what President William Ruto said yesterday at the Kenya School of Government in Nairobi, telling these officers, a country without respect to the rule of law will not and cannot guarantee itself as a democracy. I will repeat. The President of the Republic of Kenya said a country without respect to the rule of law will not and cannot guarantee itself as a democracy. Okay? He was speaking at an event of officials mandated to oversee enforcement of law and order as he presided over the launch of the strategic framework for implementation of police reforms. Okay? This is what he said yesterday. And he said, you know what? We must. Our democracy is dependent on the rule of law.
Okay.
And the rule of law is guaranteed by making sure that we have men and women who ensure that everyone keeps to the straight and narrow and respects the rule of law. Okay? This is Mr. President who was speaking yesterday. Okay?
The irony is not lost on me whom he was addressing.
It should have been himself.
Exactly.
Who is he telling? I mean, it starts with him.
Come on, the rule of law? Are you kidding me? The rule of law alongside some of the things that you said you were going to do?
You sit there and you're actually looking at an IG of police who has been sentenced and committed to prison.
Who has flouted the rule of law?
And they're saying, you know what? Our country cannot. Do you know what the president has done now? He has turned back into that thing of saying the National Police Service is independent.
Let them figure out.
They are independent. And that's why, I cannot order the Inspector General of Police to go to court. I cannot order him. I can only advise.
Oh, you can?
That our aspiration as a country cannot be guaranteed if we do not respect the rule of law. That our democracy is dependent on the rule of law, and the rule of law is guaranteed by making sure that we have men and women who ensure that everyone keeps on the straight and narrow and respects the rule of law. Masengeli was looking at him smiling.
Yeah, he's right.
Like, yes.
Exactly.
Preach, brother.
What a joke. What a serious joke. You know, all you need to do is get a big red nose and some floppy shoes and paint somebody's face white, because this is a circus. It's clown season. What are we doing? It doesn't really matter. It sounds nice to say on the podium behind a microphone, but I mean, I don't think we're taking it seriously at all. In fact, I'm very sure that we're not taking it seriously at all.
Over on the other side, the National Assembly was approving Mr. Douglas Kanja as the new IG of police, right? A number of MPs heaped praise on Kanja, describing him as a seasoned officer whose rise through the ranks made him ready to serve at the helm of the police service. But they were cautious, and they told him, Mr. Kanja, please go in there and end impunity. There is a lot of impunity in this country, in the security agency. Please go there and end impunity. Do you think Kanja can end impunity in the police service? Do you actually expect that Kanja will be different from Masengeli, will be different from the previous IGs?
Different from anybody.
Do you think?
Nope.
Kanja has been DIG for many years. Kanja has been DIG through this time of all these things that are happening.
And isn't it sad?
Kanja has now become IG. You think Kanja will, if he's someone to court tomorrow, he'll go at it very fast and say, Your Honor, I'm here. Let me tell you this story of this girl in Rongai, because we are still talking about insecurity, right? She was lucky, but the incident left her classmates and the entire school shaken. Grade 6 pupil PM was in class attending a math lesson on Tuesday at school in Rongai, Kajiado County, when a bullet suddenly hit her left hand. The bullet tore through the roof and disrupted the lesson. The 12-year-old girl's mother is a teacher at the school and was delivering a lesson in a classroom on the first floor of the same school building. She is demanding justice for her daughter. The school is adjacent to a police station, but it's also not clear who fired the bullet and under what circumstances. Senior police officers at the station declined to speak about the incident, only insisting the matter was under investigation. That was the same answer PM's mother received when she raised the issue with the police. Right now I'm at the hospital following up the matter so that my daughter can have some pain relief, but the police told us to be calm and that the matter is under investigation. The distraught mother said her priority was to get PM treatment and put her on the path to recovery. Their colleague said they feared the police could bungle the investigation because one of them might be the suspect in this matter. Police station here, adjacent to the police station, school. Bullet discharges from some gun somewhere.
To the roof.
Goes through the classroom to the roof, but as it's heading to the roof, brushes the child's arm. Thank God it was the arm. It was the
arm. Because it would have been a different story now.
Yes.
One must ask, what were they doing?
Who?
The police.
Those who were discharging.
Those who were discharging.
Because you don't know who discharged this bullet.
You don't know who discharged, exactly. What was going on at the police station adjacent to the school at that time? What was happening? And I think that's a question that has to be asked.
That's the thing.
What was going on?
That's the thing. What happened? It's a big question that needs to answer. Hi.
The IMF and their big brother behavior.
Yeah.
They've said it's a fresh test for Ruto as IMF urges new tax policies to unlock loans. So if you want to get more money from us, essentially you've got to sort out your tax issue in the country. The newly reorganized Ruto government faces a fresh fiscal and political test after the International Monetary Fund called on the Kenya Kwanza administration to develop new tax policies to unlock billions of dollars in loans. The fresh call comes in the wake of recent turmoil, including widespread protests that we saw, of course, resulting in dozens being killed. An IMF high-level team from Washington, led by Hymanot, that's an interesting name, Tefera, concluded a key visit to Nairobi between the 11th and the 16th of September and emphasized the urgent need for new policies by the government amid the country's evolving economic and fiscal challenges. Mr. Farah is, in a statement, issued the following highlights. The Kenyan authorities and IMF staff had productive discussions focused on crafting policies and reforms necessary to navigate the economic landscape. The IMF's insistence on new tax policies is particularly pressing following the rejection of the controversial Finance Bill 2024 by Kenyans. The dropped bill aimed at increasing taxes to meet IMF conditions, but faced fierce opposition by Kenyans already burdened by economic hardships. So we know that. But IMF has come in to say, call it whatever you want to call it. Put a different hat on it. We don't care. But if we're going to give you more money, we need you to collect
Raise
more
money.
taxes. Raise it so we can give you more. Fine, don't call it a finance bill. Call it tax policies. Do whatever you need to do. But if you want the money,
go back to that parliament.
Tell them, nah. 25% is the proposed corporation tax by Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Badi in the next budget from the current 30%. However, this is a man who's going to have a very, very difficult time. Because here you are saying you need all of this money to be able to develop. Let's pretend for a minute that the money that will come is going to go towards development. We'll pretend, okay, for the purposes of this argument. So what they're saying essentially is if you need this money to be able to move on, you have to be able to collect more taxes. So that's what the IMF has come. The high-level delegation came and just basically drank tea and coffee.
We are not releasing the next tranche of money until you go back and raise this money.
Even if you will not call it Finance Bill 2024, call it tax policy, use a fancy word in there.
Skiza IMF. Skiza.
Wacha kutusumbua hapo bwana.
Mnatusumbua. Hatuna pesa. Mtupatie pesa mkae nayo. Close the country. It's fine.
It's not doing anything anyway.
Ordinary Kenyans tumezoea kuwa auctioned. Landlord amefunga mlango,
shule amefukuza watoto.
We are used to it. What do you want to do? Close the country? Close it. Pesa kwa nani huko? Margaret Nyakango is the controller of budgets.
Yep.
She has released a new report and she of course has presented it to Parliament. The Star has poured through the report and has seen a review of implementation report submitted indicates delays in project completion as demonstrated by the low level of implementation and time lapse on the expected completion dates. She says in the report, ministries, departments and agencies spent 516 billion shillings on development in the last financial year compared to a recurrent expenditure of 3.37 trillion shillings. One of those stalled projects is the James Geshoro Rironi Highway.
Oh my God.
The construction of that 20 billion shilling road started in August 2017. It should have been completed in February 2022. However, as of June 30th, only 55% of the works have been completed with 11 billion shillings spent. 11 billion out of 20 billion and 55% has been done. An analysis of the project implementation status by MD has revealed a mismatch between completion percentage and the expected duration of the project. Okay? Another road, 24 billion shillings, Mwache Tsunza Mteza Road, stalled. The project was supposed to be completed in March 2023, only 76% done, 18 billion shillings spent. So 18 billion shillings spent on a road that's not completed, and you're like, so hiyo pesa si tungenunua mkate tukula mkate.
Jamani.
The COB attributed the stalled projects to the non-provision of budgets for existing projects. Okay? So the Star has done a tabulation here. There's a 132 kilovolt Rabai Bamburi Kilifi power line, which was supposed to be completed in January 2024. Only 77% of it is done, but 482 billion shillings has been spent. Nanyuki Isiolo Meru line, January 2025, 4 billion shillings spent. NLC ICT networking and infrastructure, 2022 was supposed to be the completion net, 58% completed. 321 million shillings spent. Kenya Academy of Sports Complex in Kasarani, completion date December last year, 167 million shillings spent, only 37% completed. As in, projects are just, pieces, started going nowhere. And here we are as a country, we are still talking about hoping to complete them. Yeah?
Oh my God.
Now there's no money to raise for completion of these projects. And we are looking at one another like, sasa tutafanya nini sasa?
Tuite IMF.
Sasa tuite IMF. IMF is saying, look for money.
We have, but ebu fanya hivi kwanza. We help you.
My friend, Oh, the bill on no more naming of roads.
Please.
The Street Naming and Property Addressing System Bill 2024 provides conditions and procedures for naming streets, roads and places. The bill could deal a blow to politicians and other persons. The main objective of this bill, it is a bill that is currently before the Senate. I'll see who has sponsored the bill. Well, look, I'll find out and tell you. Yeah, so it's seeking basically to just control and say, unless you are posthumously being honored,
we're not going to name a road after you.
We're not naming a road after you. Okay? Not unless you're there. And then that also has to undergo some process.
Scrutiny.
Yeah, I mean, who deserves a road named after them? Yeah?
Like the way Haile
when you're
Selassie has
alive,
roads in all countries.
we can give you these honors. For example, Faith Kipyegon should get an EGH this year.
Come on.
5-time winner of the Diamond League. She's won the Olympic, the
She's
World
broken the most
Championship.
records.
She's broken
Single-handedly
records.
broken the most
My
records
God.
on the planet by herself this year.
She should be Faith Kipyegon EGH. It's 7 a.m. news time.
Spice up your life.
Academic activities at various for the second day now. To work until it is fully in. The government for failing to fulfill the 2021-2025 CB.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Na hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Lydiahs, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, this is the news.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, what are we looking at with traffic this morning? At a few minutes after 7 o'clock, it is starting to build here and there around the city. It's busy coming off of Jogo Road, going towards Landis, but all manageable for now from what we see. Bumper to bumper situation on the Thika Superhighway as you come in from the Allsops Junction, heading out towards Pangani. And then also Kiambu Road, we're seeing a couple of lanes building, and that's all inbound traffic as folks are trying to get their way through to the CBD. If you're coming out of Westlands, I think you're okay for now. Not much happening until you get onto Wairimu and you approach Chiromo, and then it's going to clog up just a bit. Let's take a quick look at James Gishuru. And yes, there is traffic in and outbound as you head to try and cross over towards the Red Hill Link Road. Inbound traffic from the Red Hill Link Road towards Wairimu is also giving bumper to bumper right about now. As you're coming off of Ngong Road, there is a lot of traffic. Naivasha Road is also busy, going towards Kingara Road and then out towards Gitanga Road, James Gishuru, that whole business. We're getting into traffic hour probably a little bit early this morning. We're going to keep an eye on things and see how it develops. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It is 5 minutes after 7. Apologies for that technical hitch with our news. We'll see, we'll get it sorted. And Leo Baga will read news, hopefully, properly, at 8. So issue number 1. First of all, Faith Kipyegon is already EGH. Yes. We've already honored Faith Kipyegon with the Elder on the Order of the Golden Heart. This is the second highest civilian honor given to people in the country. The top one is the Chief of the Order of the Golden Heart, which is given to the president. But why can it only be on the president?
She's done presidential things.
Surely. This one has done big things in this country. We should all honor her. Anyway, it's okay. Apewe hiyo EGH. Zinaweza kuwa mbili.
She can get 2.
Yeah, can you make EGH times 2? What can we do?
Stops that from happening?
Yeah. So the EGHs in athletics are Faith Kipyegon and Eliud Kipchoge. Both deservedly so.
Absolutely.
If you look at the other list of people who are on EGH, you ask yourself,
what was the criteria?
Just because you are an MP and you are a leader of the House,
then you're EGH.
Just because you are a governor, then you're EGH. Just because you've served as a cabinet secretary for 2 years, you've made you an EGH, and you are fired from the job. And we made you an EGH. And now you'll be the same EGH as Faith Kipyegon,
who's been basically spilling her guts on the track to raise the profile of the country as well as her.
We have honored you the same way. It's okay anyway. It's okay. Higher. Several things are happening today. Today we are giving away money, and we tell people we are giving away money, and they don't believe it. We tell them the first.
Let me tell you the first way that you can get money. 3,000 shillings. You know what you need to do? There's this thing called Safaricom All-in-One plan.
Yes.
So you can get so many things from this all-in-one. All we're asking you to do is pay 2,000 shillings. Okay, 2,000 shillings. What do you get? Free WhatsApp. You see this WhatsApp you're doing all the time. Free. For the whole month. You also get 1,000, and I am still wondering how people talk for 1,000 minutes.
1,000 minutes.
It is okay. We give you
in 30 days.
1,000 minutes in 30 days. Do with that whatever you want. Then we give you 2,000 SMSs in the same time. In 30 days, 2,000 SMSs. You can talk to everybody via message.
Send message.
Send. And then we give you 17 GB data. Go on the internet, check if you know what's happening, watch all of that for 2,000 bob. And that means that you never have to be in the place where you're having a conversation and then you hear, able watch and you could be Eric, credit.
I think it's so embarrassing.
It's very embarrassing. And you can be flabberwhelmed and overgasted. And we don't want such a thing to happen. So Safaricom says we don't want to embarrass you. We don't want to embarrass you. So please, what we're asking you to do, 2,000 bob. All you need to do is dial *544#. Go there, select
Go monthly.
And then you'll see the different plans. Choose the one that you want, 2,000, 5,000. But this one, I'm telling you, you can get all of those things. And you know what? If you buy it and you send a screenshot of this thing that you have bought, and then you send us a message on our socials, a message.
Yes.
Don't post it on the socials.
Yes.
Send us a message on our direct message, SpiceFM KE. You could win 3,000 bob.
Evo 2.
Like that.
Evo 2.
Yes.
Now, it's important. Can you imagine if you've been arrested? Okay?
I can't imagine, but okay.
And then you have been told now, for us to release you, need to, set yourself on a police bond like this, lipa pesa, and you need to call someone to help you pay. Or you've been taken to court, and the judicial officer has said, Sawa, I will release the accused on a cash bail of 50,000 shillings, or a bond of 50, and a surety of a similar amount. Magistrate moves on. Next case. Now it's upon you to look for this 50,000 bob. You don't have airtime. If you don't do that, 4 p.m. inakuja. Watu wa prison, nani hajalipa bail? Ingia hapa tafadhali. Tuko na sapa na mahali ya kulala.
Usijali.
Just because you did not have airtime to call and let people know, hii kesi yangu nimeenda kotini. Please, can you just sort yourself out? You never know when you need it. The Honorable Wangari Mbulika is a principal magistrate, and she's our guest for our Justice Thursday conversation. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much.
Good to have you here. This is the hot seat of the Situation Room. We are going to talk about, somebody has been told by a magistrate, or I'm releasing you on bail or bond, and you place a surety. And we've had these conversations before on what is bail, what is bond, what is surety, okay? And now there comes a time when you have paid and you have appeared in court, and it's about time now the court gives you back your money.
Yes.
Or your surety. And we are wondering now, how do you get your money back? Because we know how you gave the money. How does the money come back to me? And that's why you're here.
Yes.
All right? Karibu.
Asante sana.
I'll welcome you with the day's proverb shortly. Our proverbs this week are from Libya, but Ndu will also tell you something else about lifestyle. You are a busy principal magistrate. You do not want to sijalipa school fees, lazima nitoke kwanza nikimbie. Sikia, magistrate so and so, shushikilia koti yangu.
Let me run to
No.
Or somebody's coming and tell you, gas imeisha. Oh my God. Then you have to go and start looking for M-Pesa deposit. And no, there's this thing called loop. And what it does is that it loops your lifestyle. And I just thought about that last night. I said, actually, that's what it does. It loops your lifestyle. So everything that you need to do in one place at one time, right? All your transactions. You can move money from bank to your mobile wallet. You can move money from your mobile wallet back to the bank. You can pay your utility bills. You can send, money, obviously, and you can make sure that all your transactions are in place. You can set up standing orders on the app. You can even get an overdraft up to 100,000 shillings. You can get a personal loan of 3 million shillings. All of these things doing and looping all your activities into one. We need you to download the app, and on your Google Play Store or your Apple App Store, download the Loop app, and you can make sure that you get all of these things now running in tandem. And today we're telling you, make sure you download it through the day, download it, and then hook up with Edward Quach on the Spice Drive this evening. And guess what? You could win 5,000 bob. Do the same thing.
It's all
Send
about
us a
money.
screenshot of you having downloaded the app. Send that on SpiceFM KE. Edward could be throwing you some 5,000 bob by this evening.
Yes. So IMF is not giving us money. Us guys are giving you money.
We're giving you money.
So,
yes.
We're better than IMF. Your Honor, our proverbs for this week are from Libya. Libya is actually a very old country. It was the regency of Tripoli as far back as 1551. Okay? Then it became Italian Libya in 1911. Then they got independence from Italy in 1947. there was a kingdom in place, the kingdom that had been established in 1951. So after independence, they continued like that until 1969, when there was a coup led by Colonel Muammar Gaddafi. And he stayed at the helm of this country. There was, several things that were happening. There was a civil war in 2011, and then there was an intervention by NATO, and that same year, 2011, and then you know what happened. It ended with Muammar Gaddafi somewhere under a culvert, and it is said that he was found by, some of these people when they were passing, and they took him and they killed him. And since then, the country of Libya is governed by a presidential council. And the chair of that presidential council is called Mohamed El Menfi. Yeah?
Nice history.
Sindio? Today's proverb, listen to it and give us your interpretation. Learn to shave by shaving orphans. Learn to shave by shaving orphans. What's your interpretation of it? What do you think the Libyans are saying?
Learn to shave by shaving orphans.
Yes.
Okay. No wonder somebody texted me and told me, remember the proverb of the day. I was like, what do you mean by that? I should listen to SpiceFM more often. But back to the question.
Now you get it.
Now I get it. What I would interpret that mean, orphans are very vulnerable people.
Yes.
And in their vulnerability, for you to actually manage it, you need to really bring yourself down and feel them. And by that, when you're shaving them, you should consider all the factors about this particular orphan, because they are needy, they don't have a parent, and they're just telling you, my interpretation, be more human. If you want to do good, start with the needy. That is how I'd interpret it.
Beautiful.
You put it very well. Yeah, it resonates.
Yeah.
At least with me, it resonates.
Yeah.
And it's very, very true. So now, because we're going to talk about refunds of cash bills and the collection of surety, let's first of all start. For those who missed the class on that day, as a quick introduction, what is bail, what is bond, what is surety?
In fact, I just thought I was going to start with refund of cash bill because I know my colleagues were here like maybe 3 weeks ago and they talked about it.
Yes.
But anyway, just a highlight on it. Cash bail and bond and surety is what the court guarantees that you'd come back. And actually, you don't really have to pay cash all the time if you're a known person. For example, myself, if I go to court today, God forbid, because I'm known, I should not pay cash bill. But in the event you're not known by the court, it is to ensure that you come back. So it's the money that you paid to come back, or you give your title deed or a pay slip, or somebody who's going to ensure that you come to court, because that is the essence, you coming to court. So that is what it is.
So cash bail is you pay it in cash?
In cash, yes.
What is bond?
Bond, now you either bring a logbook, a title deed,
some property,
or a pay slip.
Okay.
Just somebody to guarantee that in the event that you don't show up, either my title will be forfeited, my vehicle, or I'll have to pay that amount that the court says to the court.
Okay.
Surety.
Surety.
Yes.
What is it?
Surety is the person or the title that now will ensure that you come back to court.
Okay.
Is somebody else?
Yeah, it has to be another person.
Okay.
Not you.
So, if I can just do, if the magistrate in court says we're going to release you on bail of 50,000 shillings with a surety of the similar amount, this means that another person will stand with that amount as well.
Not separately.
Not separately, together.
But against that 50,000.
Okay.
So I'll come with my pay slip and say, yes, I'm able to stand surety for this person. In the event this person doesn't pay or show up in court, I will pay the 50,000.
Okay. And
that's why the surety.
Okay. And more often than not, the surety is usually pronounced when bail or bond is being requested.
Yes.
Okay.
Often. Always, actually. So you have an alternative.
It's and or.
Yes.
Okay.
Not and or, it's or.
It's or.
Yes.
Okay.
We can't take
or a
both.
surety. Or a surety of a similar amount.
Yes.
So,
or a surety.
Okay.
Okay.
So, the accused person has appeared in court. At what point do they qualify for a refund?
Wonderful. Now that's where I show up.
Stomping ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, when we pronounce a sentence, in that either you'd be acquitted or convicted. At that time...
So it's the end of the case?
The end of the case.
Okay.
So at that time, that money becomes free for you. Either the person who deposited or the accused person. More often than not, it is somebody else who actually has deposited that money. Because remember, as you said, you'd be somewhere in the cells
in the holding.
And you have no airtime.
Yeah.
So, yes. So other people would pay for you and then now you'd come out. So when the case ends, you're supposed to get your money back automatically. Yes, because we don't need it. Unless now you move the court and tell the court, I don't want that money. You have fined me, let's say 50,000. Use the 50,000 that I had deposited as my cash bail so that I go home. And then we convert now that your cash bail to fine.
Okay.
Yes.
When I paid my bail or my surety appeared, I was then allowed to walk free.
Yes.
And just appearing in court. Okay? So I've been, doing my other things. Throughout this period, whatever I deposited is still in court.
Yes.
If it was a title deed, if my case is 10 years long, that thing is not coming out until that case is concluded.
Correct.
I cannot dispose of this piece of land, of this motor vehicle, for those 10 years.
Yes.
So if I stand surety for somebody, and I give in the logbook for my vehicle, I have basically committed myself to their case for the duration of their case.
Correct. Yes.
Do people know that?
They do know that. We actually inform them when they are depositing their surety.
Okay.
Yes. We make them aware.
What if now something happens in between? Let's not even come to the end of the case. Gari imepata accident, imekuwa write-off.
Wonderful.
Muko na logbook.
Tutabaki na hiyo logbook. Yes, that's a scenario. We'll still remain with the logbook. However, in the event now this person runs away, that is the time now we'll realize, actually that vehicle is a written off.
We're holding
something useless.
Worthless piece of paper.
Yes.
Is there a requirement to report?
It is. You have to report at that particular instance.
Okay.
So when this thing becomes worthless, piece of paper, I should come to court and say, by the way, that logbook you're holding, it's no longer valid, which means I am coming to say, instead, I'm giving you something.
Yes.
That's the law requires me to do that.
Yes. You're supposed to do that. Otherwise, if you skip bail, and we come for your vehicle and the vehicle is not there, we'll hold you accountable, especially the owner. The accused person really doesn't care about your property. It is your property that you should be reporting to the court.
Okay. So you mentioned that whether you look at somebody being acquitted or sentenced, that is when now you will see this refund of, this bail coming to the individual. So if they're acquitted, obviously the case has come to an end, you get your money, you go, and it doesn't matter the time, because you can have somebody being arrested for what's the minimum felony here that you could see that would require bail.
3 years in custody, but now maybe 6 months.
Okay. So, and then also depending on the amount, obviously, depending on the case, that's when you now would then say this is the amount that we're asking for bail.
Yes.
So if a case takes 3 years, that money will be held.
Yes, it's going to be held in the judiciary.
Okay, so the minute that the judicial officer now says, okay, this person has been found not guilty or whatever, then the process begins for the refund to happen. How long does that take?
Now, as a judiciary right now, we are holding a lot of money to the tunes of millions. People don't come back for their money. Remember the time you're depositing this money, you're rescuing somebody. And maybe you're having your cup of tea somewhere in the village. This person, a whole group tells you, please, let's go redeposit this money. You deposit it. 3 years later, the person has been acquitted or convicted. Do you think you'll go to court alone? So you are taken by a group. So that mentality that I go myself to court, I'm not going. So they abandon that money. Number two, there's usually a receipt. Back in the days, there used to be hard copy receipt, but we have gone digital. So that receipt is lost. So you cannot follow your money because now you're stranded. You don't know how to get your refund. And that's why I'm here today to tell you the processes have improved. You only need to bring your ID card, the receipt, in the olden eras, if you have the receipt, come with it. If it is lost, come with a police abstract and an affidavit stating that that receipt is lost. And also come with bank details so that now we deposit your money. It will only take now guaranteed 14 days because we have automated the process and it is at a click of a button. So come for your money.
When someone is sentenced, they also get their money back?
Yes. You get your money. Because you see now, the person, if that money is not used to pay fine, let's say you have been sentenced for a custodial sentence and not without an alternative of cash bail.
Of a fine.
Or refund. Yeah, so you get your money back. Yes.
Okay.
How do you process that? Ako
jela. Remember, the person who deposited wasn't the person who was in jail. It's somebody different, always.
Yes. I see. So even the cash bail
yes,
was deposited by somebody else
yes,
on behalf of the accused person. So that other person is the one who comes to collect.
Yes.
Higher. During the course of this case, the surety of the person who deposited bail dies.
Wonderful. It happens.
So now what happens?
Now, in the circumstance that this particular surety dies, the accused person, it is honest to say he's passed away and I need a replacement. And the estate of that particular surety, maybe they deposit a logbook, a title deed, they come to court, present the death certificate, and we release that particular title deed or logbook back to the estate. But at this particular moment, you need letters of administration to show that indeed you're beneficiaries of that estate.
Of that. So you have to have your own process of actually identifying, and you have your letters of administration.
Yes.
So you can come to claim this particular money or documents from the court.
Yes.
Where?
It's a whole process, but you'll get your money back.
Okay. When we're looking at collection of surety,
yes,
how exactly does that work? I just want to understand that because also now there would be a refund of the same surety when the case comes to an end.
Yes.
Right? So if I go and stand for somebody or somebody stands for me, surety of 50,000 shillings, do we actually have to bring it, or is it something that I sign to say, look, I stand for this person? Or do I have to bring the money as well?
No, you bring a document.
A document? Okay.
Yes. Either you bring a logbook, if the amount is low, even a motorbike, title deed, or payslip. We mostly take payslips for government workers because they won't run away unless big things happen. So we take original documents of those particular assets.
Okay.
Yes.
So at the time that this case has come to an end, then those documents are also handed over back to this individual.
Yes.
Okay. Now, how is it determined how much the fee will be for bail? I mean, if somebody, I don't know,
Muzua kuku.
Exactly. Stole 100 kgs of meat, you know, as we see. How then how is it determined how much bail will be?
You're right.
Or traffic offense, for example.
So we have guidelines. We have the bail and bond policy that guides the judicial officers and judges what amount of cash bail you have. There are parameters. As I said, one of them is the basic is, are you going to come back to court? That is what is key. Then, if you're going to come back to court, how much can I pay you? That's why we look at people. You'd see this person can afford maybe 5,000, then you give them 5,000. Some people, you'd profile them, they can afford 1 million, and then they can't actually afford the 1 million. And then they have an opportunity to come back and say, yes, Your Honor, I'm not able to. Kindly review my bond. I promise that I'll be coming back to court. Then we review the bond terms.
Okay.
Yeah.
When someone says that they stand on their personal surety, can you do that? And when can you claim that? To say that I don't need Veronica, I can do it for myself, in addition to whatever I will pay for a bail. How does that work?
Now, personal sureties, if you're a prominent person and you're known in the village, even one day there was an old man who was brought to court. I looked at him, I told him, Mzee, tutarudi kotini. Akasema madam tarudi. I released him on his own personal surety. He didn't pay cash bail, but he just signed a bond. In the event that I do not show up to court, I will forfeit X number of shillings.
How do you make that determination? By looking at somebody?
Yeah. That's why we look at you. We talk about demeanors. They're your people in the village. It's not like Nairobi. Nairobi, I wouldn't do that. They'll run away. But in the village, definitely, they'd come back.
You can see this is a village elder. This is somebody who is known in the community. So they have some form of respect.
Yes.
Yeah. But they're in court, Bwana.
Yeah, they're in court, but they'll come to court. Because they represent people.
It is because they're in court because usually it's because there's some conflict with a member of the community.
Yes.
Or the law touching on a member of the community. So
correct.
Their standing in the community is being questioned, and that's why they're in court.
Correct.
Why do you still uphold their standing in the community?
Because you see, all I need to do is you're innocent until proven guilty, number one. I'll have to look at the evidence. Then I will convict you. At that particular time, then your standing in the community will change. But before then, your standing remains.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's take a break. This is an interesting conversation. We'll continue shortly. If you've got a question to the Honorable Wangari Mbulika, please post the question online, on social, on Facebook, on X, on YouTube, where we are live streaming the show this morning. We are talking about the refund of cash bail and collection of surety. How do you do it? She's telling us that the judiciary is holding money to the tune of hundreds of millions.
I said millions.
Millions. Okay.
Hundreds of millions sounds nice.
The judiciary is holding millions of money and, surety, that's property worth a lot of millions of money that has not been collected. And they can tell these are cases that have concluded.
Yes.
And therefore we should have released these sureties, this bail money. People are not coming for it. You'll tell us many of these factors. You've told us two, but maybe there are more factors that are making people not come back for their money. And that's why we're creating this awareness this morning. The conversation continues shortly. It's 7:30.
All right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start.
Seal the deal every day with the all-in-one plan from Safaricom. Get data, minutes, and SMS all-in-one on-the-go monthly bundle plan from Safaricom. Tune into the Situation Room every Monday to Friday as we unpack the all-in-one monthly plan from Safaricom. Safaricom is for you.
The weather with SpiceFM.
It's partly cloudy in Nairobi this morning, highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 27 in a sunny Nakuru at 14, 15 and cloudy conditions in Nyeri, going to highs of 26, while Eldoret at 13 is sunny. We'll see highs of 25. Mombasa is partly sunny at 23 with highs of 30, while highs of 30 will be seen in Malindi, where it is partly sunny at 24. It's 20 and sunny in Kisumu with highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 30 in a sunny Kakamega at 17. It's 19 and sunny conditions in Kampala with highs of 30, while at 21 it's sunny in Dar es Salaam with highs of 29. We're looking into a partly sunny Johannesburg at 16 with highs of 25, while at 27 Mogadishu is pretty sunny with highs of 31, and at 12 degrees Addis Ababa we'll see highs of 21. Lagos is cloudy at 25 with highs of 30, while at 23 Kinshasa is cloudy with highs of 35.
Spice up your life.
All right, let's see, as we're into traffic hour properly right now, there's some traffic then coming off of Langata Road. This is Uhuru Gardens through towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. Then we're looking at Aerodrome Road through towards the Uhuru Highway. That is busy. Busyness happening on Ngong Road as you head towards the James Gishuru. That whole area is pretty busy. Mzima Springs also, as you come in from Riverside, very busy traffic, all trying to find their way out to the Red Hill Link Road. And so looking at that roundabout on Waiakwe is very busy, going towards Westlands as well. And so we're stepping into it this morning. Let's see what happens. Let's talk, move things around. If you get stuck somewhere, if you find a good route to use this morning, let's keep things moving and talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. tonight. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
27 minutes to 8. Our conversation continues. Our Justice Thursday conversation today is creating awareness. So you've been arrested, causing disturbance, public indecency, whatever, you have been taken to court. Or you didn't have a seatbelt in the car. All those things that take you to court. From the minutest to those ones of you stole billions of shillings of taxpayers' money through fraud. Higher. So you appear before court and you are then told, as the case progresses, I'm going to release you on a cash bail of X amount, or you place a surety of similar amount. Okay? So you look for money, you call your people, they come. First of all, it's good to have networks of people that you can call immediately and they come and actually post cash bail on your behalf. Or post surety on your behalf and say, yes, this person will come. And if they don't come, chukweni nyumba yangu muuze. Haya. At the conclusion of your case, and the conclusion here is, judgment has been made and, whatever punishment is being meted. Either you've been released or you have been found guilty and you've been sentenced to jail or punishment, or you've been told community service, or whatever, custodial or non-custodial sentence. You then qualify for a refund of this cash bail and a collection of the surety. And the reason why we have the Honorable Wangari Mbulika this morning, Principal Magistrate, is so that she tells us how you go about it. But first of all, why are you holding so much money? What are these factors that contribute to people not coming to collect the money that they took to court? You said one of them is they did not know that they could collect. Let's just start with the basics. So people, maybe someone just did not know that they could go and collect. What else?
Actually, a task force was constituted by the Sigei just to look into this matter. Why don't people come to collect this money? And there were very simple reasons. Number one, they didn't know, because people don't differentiate between cash bail and fine. So most of them would think it was a fine and therefore that money has gone. And that is why we are creating initiative for the last 1 year. We've been engaging the courts to actually inform the public, come back for your money. If the suit has been concluded, so they come for it. Number two, you'll be surprised that even advocates withhold a lot of their money. They have deposited monies in civil matters. Their clients have not come for it. Truth be told, I always like saying the truth. Long time, the processes were really long and tedious. When you guys still have newspapers, I think we abandoned these things.
We make them work.
I don't even know how to flip it. So the process used to be manual. So by the time you go to accounts, you pay. It's a manual process. They have their register. There's a court file that has a receipt. And before it goes round the whole process, you get tired. Honestly, it was fatigue. So now we have automated that process. So at least now it's faster. Number two, you'd lose your original documents. And once you lose that receipt, you'd be like, how will I get my money back? So you forget about it. Number three, because the court process is long, you forget that you kept your money somewhere. And you just don't go back for it. And this accused person doesn't inform you, I've been set free or I'm in custody, come for your money. So it's just information, basically. Yeah, just information.
Okay. Where does the judiciary keep the money when it receives cash bail money?
Wonderful. I was waiting for that question. Number one, that we have different accounts. We have the deposit account and the revenue account. So the money remains in the deposit account. But now we have engaged with the UFA, Unclaimed Financial Assets, who usually now disperse that money. They hold all the monies, the banks submit their money, shares, dividends. UFA holds it. So we are working together with UFA. In the event we fail to find these people, they fail to come, we'll release that money to UFA, and now UFA will continue looking for those people until they get their money. So we are in that transition stage. If we are come for your money, if you don't come for it, we release it to UFA. UFA will continue looking for you.
So it sits in a deposit account?
Yes.
Through the duration of this?
Yes.
Of course, there's more money coming in, some money going out. This account is basically busy and it's running.
Yes.
Is it earning interest, this money?
Now, thank God I can claim. I don't know.
Because
I don't know of anything financials.
When I come to claim,
Yes.
and it's a couple of years later,
Yes.
am I only if I had posted bail for 50,000 shillings?
Yes.
Am I coming to collect 50,000 shillings, or is there going to be a recalculation, inflation, adjustment, and all those things?
It will be the 50,000. Yes.
Okay.
we are not a banking institution.
You're putting the money in a bank.
So the question is what is UFA? UFA is unclaimed financial assets authority, right?
Yes.
And I think we've had a couple of conversations with them as well in terms of what they're holding and to get back to folks. And so this would fall, and some of the money that they hold also would come from the judiciary, because of these unclaimed bail. Now, bail is set, like you told us, in order to guarantee that an individual will come back to court, either to face charge or to attend trial, etc., etc.
Yes.
Now, that guarantee that you set, you're basically saying, I myself will bring myself at a later date.
Yes.
If the court sees that you would not come back for whatever reason, like you say, you can look at somebody and tell if this person is being genuine or not, then there is a likelihood then that the judicial officer will not grant bail. So bail can be denied at that point. And what happens is that you sit in remand until the case is heard.
Yes.
Am I right so far?
Correct.
Okay. What happens in the instance when an individual decides, like we see it in the movies all the time, where they decide to jump bail and then just disappear?
We'll find you. Now, at that particular instance, the court will cancel the bond.
Okay.
If it was a cash bail, that cash bail will be forfeited to the state, so it's going to be revenue.
Okay.
If it's a title now, here's where now the surety. We look for the surety because the surety will be easy to find. Because remember, the time you're giving your surety, we collect all the information about you. Where you live, your phone number, your alternative phone number, your next of kin, your village elder, and the mukasa. We have all those details in the file.
Yeah.
So we'll go for your surety. Your surety will come, and if the surety fails to produce that particular person, he pays that amount that he said he was going to pay.
Can I take a few steps back?
Yes.
Sorry, please, because I think it's important before you say the next thing is that what would characterize the jumping of bail? Have you said, okay, come on the 19th of September for hearing number 1?
Yeah.
I don't come. Do you give me another chance?
No, right
Such
there.
as Friday the 20th?
No,
I was supposed to
right
come
there.
on the 19th. I don't come on the 19th. That's it.
You cancel the bail then and there?
Then and there. Instant. And then issue warrants of arrest. So while this particular arm of government is pursuing the surety, there's somebody else now, the police are still pursuing the accused person.
Okay.
And then they are found.
Okay.
Even if it takes 2 years, we'll find you.
What if the person is actually not jumping bail, just like wanting to jump bail, but on this particular day, something happened. They were not able. They are unwell. They were not able to come to court. Something big happened.
Good. And that's why you have your sureties. So you send somebody to court with evidence that indeed this particular person is not able to come because they are unwell. Here's their document. We kindly request for another date.
I was coming to court, Your Honor. I got an accident.
Yes.
On the way. Right?
Yeah.
On Mombasa Road, got an accident. Case is 9 a.m. So I'm not in court at 9 a.m.
Yes.
And you read the file. Where is the accused? Not here. And you're saying you're not even going to give another chance. You cancel surety immediately. I'm here. I'm being naongezwa maji.
Will you come back? The day
I am willing.
The day when you'll come, you'll explain to the courts.
But you've already
then
cancelled.
If I've cancelled,
Okay.
but there's a process before, either if it's cash bail,
Okay.
there's a process that we can still restore. If it has not been forfeited to the state, we'll restore it back. But if it was forfeited, you'll just have to pay afresh.
Okay. So in this instance, that money you said goes to revenue. That becomes judicial revenue?
The government's revenue.
It becomes government revenue. So it will
Yes.
go to that treasury.
Yeah.
Okay. So if an explanation then comes But you said it's if an
No, it's
explanation,
over because it's already it's no longer even in our custody at that particular moment.
So, but the case is still alive.
Yes.
The case is still alive. This individual, now it goes back to what you were saying before I interrupted you.
Yeah.
That they cancel that. It goes to
we
revenue.
get the surety. Yeah, it goes to.
So
revenue.
now you're going back to get surety from. It could be my personal surety. Can you bank on my personal surety if you've cancelled the bail and that has gone towards revenue? Will you still bank on my personal surety?
Yes, I'll come for you. But you see, I remember I told you it's alternative. So if it was cash bail, that's different. Money has gone to treasury.
Yeah.
If it is a title deed, I will get now the owner of the title deed. I ask you pay. If you fail to pay, then I will sell your land.
But the case is still alive.
Yeah. But the accused is the accused person, and that is why now, before you stand surety for someone, you must believe in this person.
So what if the accused person then turns up? There's a reason I've been away. There's something has happened.
I said I got an accident on Mombasa Road. Go coming to court. As the magistrate is saying, ako wapi huyu, mimi naongezwa maji hapa Mata.
Okay, you see, those are outliers. You see, if indeed you are very sick, then the court will consider.
Okay.
But there are some people who skip bail and they go to Tanzania and Uganda. But these sureties, when they hear their title deed is going to be sold,
they show up.
They show up. In fact, they bring them themselves. They hold their hands and say, Mheshimiwa Njo huyu, in fact, I don't want to stand surety for him anymore. Release me, mweke ndani.
Wow.
And we'll release you, go with your title, wewe. Be the guest of the state.
Okay, you'll be a guest of the state, but let's look at what can happen. Because at the end of the day, we understand that there's justice that would want to be applied, and I think that there are explanations or reasons that somebody would give. How lenient would court be? How lenient would the judicial officer be to say, okay, fine, you went to Tanzania, whatever temporary insanity you had, all right, your bail has been cancelled, you may be in remand. What are the chances of you then reapplying for that situation to say, okay, I will behave myself this time, Your Honor?
Okay, depending. How did the surety describe the situation he had to go through to capture you back? So if it was you're sick, he found you in hospital, he was sick, he was in hospital, but I don't want this headache anymore, release me. But if indeed this person had to go through Safaricom, trace this person, CID, trace this person, then honestly,
we're not going to give you bail again.
Tumalize kesi.
So you'll be a guest of the state until we finish the case. Okay. Not fun. All right. So now, even as we look at as some of these cases develop and you see things like this happen, I want to look at the case whereby you talked, because I'm still stuck on these two, where you talk about acquitted or sentenced, right?
Yeah.
So now, as an individual is sentenced, does all of this cease? This whole, if it's bail, if it's bond, whatever it is, you get your things back and you remain sentenced, whether it is a fine that you will be asked to pay or whether it is a custodial sentence that you will have to serve. All of this becomes history.
We release all of that, because you see, the purpose was we want you until the day of judgment.
Okay.
So it is a date of judgment. Everything else that was holding you to remain here, to ensure that you're always before me when I need you, we release. You get your cash bail, you get your surety, gone.
Okay. And we go to this money that's being held that maybe goes from the judiciary to UFA. What if it's in the case of somebody having been deceased?
Wonderful. In fact, we'll be very happy to give that to UFA. As UFA waits for the succession papers, then now the people who are beneficiaries will claim it at UFA.
Now, what if in this time where we're still dealing with these bail, bond, surety issues, and the person actually does become deceased?
The surety?
Both.
Or the accused?
The accused or
if the accused
the person who's giving surety?
All right. If the accused dies, the case is over. Because he was the one who offended the state. So there's no case. If the surety dies, then it is the honor of the accused person to inform the court that indeed my surety died and I have a replacement. Here's a replacement. If they don't do that, the estate of now the deceased will actually come to court and say, our father passed away, we want our title deed. and therefore now you'll tell the accused person, get a replacement.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they have to come.
Because
with
we're
all
in the
these things.
society.
Yeah. We understand each other.
We need some certain clarifications because, as far as very many of us know, the justice process begins when you are arrested. Okay, when you just get in touch with the law enforcement officer.
Yes.
Up to the time you're dealing with the prisoner, or the prison officer, you are in the system. But the judiciary has, its step, and the people before and the people after have their steps.
Yes.
Bond, bail, and surety in court are after I have been brought to court and I have been charged, correct?
Yes.
Now, before I was brought to court, I was arrested and the police had given me some bail.
Yes.
Does that involve the judiciary?
No.
Or is that separate?
Now, that is police bond and cash bail. So the police actually, those days when we used to handle money, the police would come with a big brown envelope full of money. So if you have acquitted this person who had already paid police bail for 5,000, he would count that 5,000, give this person, here's your money.
There.
Yeah, then go. Like that. So
what is police bond and bail?
So the police, when they are arresting you, and they need to charge you within 24 hours as per the Constitution, but they're still carrying out the investigation. So they'll give you bond. Go, but the day we want you, you must come.
Okay.
And that's why they're holding that particular cash bail. So when you produce yourself on the day they requested you to do, and then they'll bring you to court, they return your money.
Because you've now appeared in court.
Appeared in court, now the court will now set
now
its own.
You're in the hands of the court.
Yes.
So they've handed you over from police now to court.
Yes.
They give you back your money.
Correct.
Tumemalizana na wewe sasa wewe ni mali ya court.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this the determination of how much I'm to pay for police bond or bail, who makes it? Is it in law? Is it the OCS to determine?
It's due to practice.
Officer, yes,
you'd know.
Police bond, they're 5,000 and.
Okay, it's not in statutes, unfortunately. But depending on the area the crime offenders are, they are usually parameters. For example, in my village, Maragoli, if they tell me to pay cash bail of 10,000, that's a long order.
Yeah.
But in Nairobi, I can be told pay 10,000, then you'll pay the 10,000. So depending on your area, they would set the reasonable terms.
Okay. I mean, there are a number of questions coming through, and maybe we'll look at some of them. But one is, and maybe just some kind of clarity, that what is a determinant factor when it comes to then granting bail, and then what is a determinant factor for denying bail in court?
Okay. Let's start with denying. Number one, everybody, the Constitution was reviewed. You're supposed to get bond. But now, the old Constitution, capital offences do not get bond. That was murder, robbery with violence, automatic. You stay there, we finish your case. It was like you're already guilty.
Yeah.
But now, you all are entitled to your bond and cash bail and surety. However, should the prosecution demonstrate to the court that you're a flight risk, that you're a danger to society at that particular moment, then the court may deny you. Yeah. Okay. But the prosecution must demonstrate those characters.
Okay. And then the judicial officer makes a decision based on those elements. Okay. Yes. So what's the time period between when bail is cancelled and when it is forfeited to the states?
Depending on how fast the court process is in that particular court area. Some people would do it immediately. Some people would drag the process. So depending. Let's say within 5 days, working days, it should have gone to the states.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So is it possible to pay bail or bond? I mean, I think we just went through that now, but I guess a little bit of an explanation. At a police station.
To pay?
Yes.
Yes, you pay.
You pay at the police station?
Yes.
Or you can pay at court?
No, there are two.
Okay.
When you're in the custody of the police, you pay the police. Oh, things are happening here.
I know.
Don't worry.
You pay the police, and that is called police bond. However, now when you come to court, you pay the judiciary.
Okay.
Yes,
All
and
right.
we do not
And
accept
they're not
cash.
the same.
They're not the same.
Yeah, they're not the same, and we do not accept cash. You pay through the account number.
Oh, hang on a minute. What's the difference between the two?
What?
You know,
police
bond and the judiciary bond.
Court bond.
Yes. Now, police, you're in the custody of the police station. When you've been arrested, they still want to carry out investigations, so they give you. Mostly in traffic cases and even these other crimes, depending on the length of time they'll take. So you pay, they release you, you come back, they return your money when they bring you to court. Or they return your money when they see there's no probable cause why we should take you to court.
Okay, so you can pay a police bond and go to court.
Yes.
Then the court can actually say that bond that you paid can now be released to you after we've done 1, 2, 3.
It's automatic.
Okay.
Police bond, once you bring your body to court, the police, they give you your money.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
All right.
Then now judiciary will set its own bond terms. And then using the money that you have been refunded by the police, depending on how much, now you can use it to pay the
But
judiciary.
you choose whether you want to use it to or not.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's go through the process of claiming.
Yeah.
So case is over. My person has been sentenced or has been released, and I'm the one who had placed. Let's start with the shori or with the cash bill.
With cash bill.
I'm the one who had posted the cash bill.
Yes.
100,000 shillings is in court. I have everything. I have my receipts. I have everything. Take me through that.
Now, once we receive your receipt, your ID, in case you've lost it,
So I have
and
to
bank
come
account,
to court.
You have to come to
So
court.
walk me through, where am I going in court?
When you come to court, you'll go to the registry and leave your documents with the registry. So when the registry will process it, now these days we are digital, we'll put it in the system. Like this person wants to be refunded. Then now it will go to accounts. Then now accounts will feed in your bank details and all that, and money will come to you.
Within how long?
14 days maximum.
So within 14 days of me lodging my claim,
Yes.
I should receive my money.
Yes.
Okay. I have lost one of the documents. I don't have an ID. I don't have a receipt. I have lost one of the things.
Yes. Now, if you've lost your receipt, you'll have to go and get a police abstract. Here you can get it at Huduma, anywhere, in the nearest Huduma or police station, and an affidavit from a lawyer swearing that indeed you really lost your original receipt.
Judiciary doesn't have a copy
of the.
Should have, of the receipt.
In the system.
No, the new system. Yes, but the old ones you have to bring. But in the new system, we are automated. You're good to go.
So in the new system, what do I do?
So in the new system, what is important that we are lacking are your bank accounts, and then come with your ID just to verify that it is you who's now requesting to pay.
Okay.
And then now we'll process.
And in the event I don't have an ID, can I come with a passport?
Yeah, yes, your passport will identify you.
If none of the two, can I come with my Huduma number, Huduma card?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything else.
My driving license. Driving license.
No, we don't.
It's a smart one. It's from the government of Kenya.
Okay, I need to verify with my accountant.
Okay.
That one.
But
Yes,
in the event I
but-
don't have any of these, then I come with a police abstract that I've lost my identification document, and that's good enough.
But you have the copy of your ID somewhere.
Yes.
Yes.
Or maybe not. But I haven't.
How are you surviving in Kenya? You should be arrested.
I walk around with an abstract. So if I have an abstract and I don't have a copy of the ID, do I then need the affidavit?
Passport. Then you'll need your passport. We need a document to identify you.
Okay.
Yes.
Now the same applies for claiming of a surety.
Yes, same process.
Same process.
Yes.
And then the document will be released to me. Now it's not being taken to a bank. It's
No,
a
this will
document.
be the title deed will be released to you directly.
So
In
I
fact,
have
that
to
is
come
faster.
back. They'll call me when it's ready.
No.
or-
That one is very fast. Because see, the document is already with us. So it's just you to identify yourself. We take you through the motions. Then now we give you back your title. Yes.
Same
or
day.
logbook. Same day.
Okay, so let's see that you've been in custody in the cells, or because this process before you pay bail or whatever, you're not just allowed to roam free. We know that.
Yes,
You have
in the
to-
the court cells.
In the court cells.
Yeah.
But usually, if we talk about the situation on the ground, usually there are some interesting games that happen there, so that you can either stay another day and there's somebody who's waiting for you. How do you deal with the situations on the ground in reality whereby there's deliberate delays? Because we've heard things like this over and over again, where there's deliberate delays. You want to pay, there is no place, somebody has sent M-Pesa you can't remove, and somebody's guard over. How do you deal with the actual situation on the ground to make sure that these processes, as you make sure, and that there is proper access to justice, that these are seamless transactions, these are seamless processes whereby Mheshimiwa has said, look, grant it, move, and it's 12 noon, but we still find people at 4 p.m. can't get anything done. How do you deal with that to make the process seamless?
Thank you very much. Number one, we've gone automation. So if you have your money in your M-Pesa account, not that I'm promoting Safaricom, or Airtel account, or maybe the loop that you talked about, I don't know.
We like loop. Yeah.
So you pay. We have posters in courtrooms just showing you how, where, and how to pay.
Okay.
So what would delay? I know there are brokers. So actively courts must check their brokering processes, because people are actually there. It is true. They're there, and people are confused, scared. So they take advantage of those people who are in the cell. But because we've gone automation, you can actually pay even while you're still in court. When the court is pronouncing your fine or cash bail, you can actually be paying. So when you get out of it, you say, I've already paid, and we process the necessary documents to release you. So that is number one. Number two, the court stations must aggressively check their processes individually, which I know they do. So you monitor, walk around, just see how are people.
All right.
Yeah.
It's been a very, very, very good lesson here that we've learned today. Hope that you never have to post bail for someone, because that's a close friend of yours who's actually facing through these things, or going through these things, or needing to be paid for. But we thank you very much for joining us, Principal Magistrate. The Honorable Wangari Mbulika is the Principal Magistrate. She's been our guest today, just creating awareness on the process of refund of cash bail or collection of surety. That's been our Justice Thursday conversation. It's 8 a.m. Time for the news.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Academic activities at various universities will continue to be disrupted for the second day now following the strike of lecturers and staff. The lecturers are pushing for the implementation of their agreement, vowing not to return to work until it is fully implemented. Under their unions, Waso and Kusu, the workers have criticized the government for failing to fulfill their 2021-2025 CBA. And Union Secretary General for Kibabi University, Nyukuri Wanjala, has asked students and parents to be patient with them as they fight for their rights.
The new funding model, this one is very, very irritating. You know, it violates Article 27 of inclusivity and non-discrimination in decision making.
Urging the government to put in place robust measures to actually see that they have actually addressed these issues.
Recently, when the president gave an award to civil servants, 7%, we were told that we are not civil servants. And then 14% was given to state workers. We were told we are not cooperative workers. So where are we?
And the clock is ticking for Kenyans and users of the National Health Insurance Fund services as the government remains determined to roll out the new medical insurance scheme under the Social Health Authority by the 1st of October despite existing legal challenges. This means Kenyans now have just 12 days to register for the SHA or risk missing out on health insurance cover. Under the scheme, all Kenyans, both contributors and dependents, are required to enroll to enjoy the health cover. Medical Services Principal Secretary Hari Kimtai said the last reimbursement under NHIF will lapse on the night of 30th September 2024.
Anybody who goes to hospital, treated, discharged, inpatient or outpatient, effective 1st of October, will be treated under the Social Health Authority benefits.
According to the ministry, Kenyans must be registered by the end of this month as members of the Social Health Insurance Scheme. Individuals can also register by themselves or at different health facilities across the country.
We've also made a provision that if you reach the hospital in case of emergency or you have not registered by that time, which you are not encouraging, there will be an agent who will have been appointed by Social Health Authority to take care of registration.
The Health Ministry said that from next month, employers will be required to remit what has been NHIF deductions from employees to the new scheme under the Social Health Authority. They've also expressed confidence that the SHA is going to work.
We have notified the employers on the process of how to register using the employer portal so that they are able to remit the employee salary for the month of October to go not to NHIF but to Social Health Authority.
At mashinani level, where the infrastructure probably even people may not be able to get to the nearest health facility in good time. Therefore, it is important to utilize the community health promoters at the bottom of the pyramid.
This one needs a drive, the way we normally have campaigns. Whenever you have a situation, we need to be deliberate out there and say we are going to have the ministry having a drive to register.
It is not just the beginning. It has been tried and tested in Kenya since 2003. The concept has been there, and so who else to implement? This is our time to implement.
At least 300 MCAs majorly drawn from the central Kenya region have now also expressed support for Interior Cabinet Secretary Professor Kithure Kindiki as the region's political kingpin. The MCAs from Nairobi as well as 11 Mount Kenya counties, namely Murang'a, Kiambu, Laikipia, Nyeri, Kirinyaga, Embu, Nyandarua, Nakuru, Isiolo, Meru and Tharaka Nithi made the declaration in a joint press address and subsequent statement to newsrooms.
At the national level, we are going to use Professor Kithure as our point man for any political and national development matters.
During Cheke, leaders also threw their support behind Kindiki, saying he was suitable enough to lead the people.
Tuko na kiana yetu, mtoto wetu wa kuzaa wa kutoka Meru ambaye ni Kithure Kindiki. Siku ya leo during Cheke, in their numbers wamemuendorse kama kingpin wetu, kama spokesman wetu, kwamba yeye ndiye atakuwa nyota yetu, ndiye atakuwa link ya region hii yote, link ya region ya Mount Kenya East na Mount Kenya West.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Umaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, a quick look at where we are with traffic this morning. Coming off of Waiyaki Way, heading into the CBD this morning, quite busy. And we'll see some of that as you get towards Chiromo. It's going to keep going. Ring Road Westlands also quite a beehive of activity right about now. It's going to go a bit slower. Also coming in from Parklands, joining in with Ring Road Westlands. That will continue for some time. And let's look at Limuru Road. Traffic is going then through towards Muthaiga Road, coming in towards the Parklands area. It's also very busy on the Thika Superhighway as well as on Kiambu Road. Reduce a couple of lanes now as you're getting into the city. Garden City heading in towards Survey is busy. Outer Ring not doing too badly today. Except there at inbound traffic from Outer Ring through towards North Airport Road. So that is busy. Mombasa Road, not too bad. Langata Road, totally different story. Coming in from the Magadi Road, Ngong Road Junction. And then heading out towards Langata Road, very busy. Into Huru Gardens at the interchange, through towards Raila Odinga Way, and then out to Huru Highway. Very, very busy traffic this morning. And we are still in the middle of traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we get into it. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
So we've been talking about Loop, and we say Loop is not just an app, it's a lifestyle, and this is what it means. I have Loop on, I've downloaded it on my phone. So basically the registration process is it's seamless. It just take you through simple process, just putting your details. At some point it'll tell you, just scan your ID, just so that it's basically like know your customer. Just go through the know your customer processes. And once you have it, they even send you an email and you verify that email that it's yours, then good to go. You have access to the Loop app. You can pay, you can deposit, you can pay by code, you can scan to pay. You can link your card, 1 card, 2 card, 3 cards onto your Loop app. And it's very, very easy to pay. For example, if you want to send money, you can send money to mobile number, to Loop, to M-Pesa, to PesaLink, to Airtel Money. Or you can send money to bank, to NCBA, to PesaLink, through EFT, through RTGS, through Visa card. You can send money to many, all right? Loop, you just enter mobile number, the beneficiary name, second beneficiary, third beneficiary. You can basically send money to many people. Uko na watu, members yako, ya union, unataka kufacilitate, sababu tumeanza mgomo, waongeleshe watu huko chini, na you now get to your Loop and you send money to many.
Yep.
And that's what happens. Yes. And it's as simple as that. When you say it's lifestyle, it's sorting you out in very many ways. So you're not just having to think, okay, now I have to get money from my account onto my, let's say, mobile money wallet, let's say M-Pesa, and then from M-Pesa now I start distributing money. You can send money straight
to the people
from your account to those people directly. This is good information for somebody like Cyprian Ombati, who is the National Vice Chairman of the University Academic Staff Union, who is our next guest. Bwana Vice Chairman, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
Si unasikia hii?
Kabisa.
Your members are coordinating the ongoing nationwide strike by university dons.
Yes.
And you want to now facilitate them, and you had agreed, we need airtime, we need to do this, we need to do that, and you want to send them money. If you downloaded Loop and you're running this account, it would be very easy for you to do that.
True.
Okay? The other thing that you could also do, imagine you need to call all these people today to coordinate. Imeendaje mgomo? Tuko sawa? Watu wameingia kazini? Kuna vice chancellor wenu wameitana, nasikia VC wenu wameanza kutoa threats. All those things, and you're talking to all your members countrywide. The one thing you don't want to do, Cyprian,
yes,
is to get to a point where you run out of airtime in the middle of a call. I will tell him then what he needs to do.
You need to subscribe to Safaricom All-in-One. You know what that does? Like, you have 1,000 people to talk to, and you need to talk to them for like a minute.
Yes.
It gives you 1,000 minutes of airtime.
All right.
Right?
Okay.
Rather, 1,000 minutes to talk. 2,000 SMSs. You can actually set them on your phone.
Okay.
Unlimited WhatsApp.
True.
Free. As well as 17 GB airtime. I keep forgetting that word. 17 GB of data for you to get on and do whatever you need to do. So you can imagine the amazing things that you're able to do because you got on this all-in-one. Nothing like TTT, airtime is over. Nothing like, okay, I can't send anyone, I need to go buy airtime. Not in the middle of all these things that need to be happening. Safaricom saw this and said, you know what? We need to be able to give people a one-stop shop where they can get all their communication needs in one bundle. And that's the all-in-one. So you dial *544#. And then you get on and you go to Go Monthly and you select the bundle that you want. And for this, and you can see the different, different things that you can get as a result of you subscribing. 2,000 bob a month, again, gets you 2,000 SMSs, 1,000 minutes of airtime, 17 GB data, as well as free WhatsApp. Just for 2,000 bob a month.
Can you imagine that free WhatsApp? All your members are on a WhatsApp group. True. Now you're communicating to them for free.
Yes.
You're not spending data, you're not spending airtime, it's free just because you subscribed.
It's a good thing.
Yeah.
Consider.
Now, our colleague C.T. Muga is not in this week. He's taken a couple of days off. to go and recharge his batteries. But he left us with the proverbs, and he said, this week the proverbs are from Libya. All right? Yes. What do you know about Libya, Cyprian?
Libya, we know it for the famous, the famous leader.
Yeah.
And the oil is a rich country that produces oil.
Yep.
Northern Africa.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's what we know more about Libya.
Yep. Yeah, Muammar Gaddafi was the leader until 2011.
True.
When he was killed in that NATO-sponsored initiative. The proverb for today, listen to it and give us your interpretation of it. Learn to shave by shaving orphans. Learn to shave by shaving orphans. What do you think the proverb is telling us?
Learn to shave by shaving orphans.
Yes.
So that orphan, it's telling us that if you have something that you want to do, you better first offer it to those who are needy before you start taking it to a place like a market to sell, or where people can now purchase that commodity. If you have a product that you want to go out to a market, you can first start by giving those who need it for free, in other words.
It's a nice interpretation.
My goodness.
That's a nice interpretation.
Yes.
Yeah, I think of the needy.
Absolutely.
Before you start thinking of profit.
Yes.
Okay.
She'll come later.
Okay. Now you've come here, you are wearing a firimbi and UWASU uniform, and there are very many things that are happening. And what are the words written there? Education?
Liberates. Education liberates.
All right.
Yes.
There are people who don't know what UWASU is. Please, Wairimu, teach them. What is UWASU?
Yes. Those who are watching us, viewers, I want to say that UWASU is Universities Academic Staff Union. So this is a union for academic staff in public universities in Kenya. And here we are talking of from graduate assistant, assistant lecturer, tutorial fellows, lecturers, senior lecturers, associate professors, and professors. So these are the membership of UWASU.
How many are you currently?
UWASU, roughly now we are about 10,000. Yes.
10,000
across the country.
Active members?
Active members.
From how many universities?
From 38 public universities in Kenya.
Okay. Yes. Why was UWASU formed, and what does it represent?
UWASU was formed, it used to be there in this first around late 70s. It went through 80s, 90s, but officially it was registered in the year 2003 with the coming in of the new NAC government. Otherwise it has been there before, agitating for welfare of dons in public universities in Kenya. So I can say it was officially registered in the year 2003.
Okay.
Yeah.
When we talk about welfare of dons here, we speak about salaries, allowances, emoluments, benefits, and all.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And who then do you negotiate with?
Yes. UWASU negotiates with councils, because in universities the employer is council. So we have a body of all public universities, which is referred to as Interpublic Universities Councils Consultative Forum, IPUCCF. That is the body which we negotiate with on behalf of government.
So the one body?
Yeah, he's one body.
So the CBA, any collective bargaining agreement that's signed by UWASU and Interpublic Universities
Councils Consultative
Forum
yes,
applies to all academic staff in all public universities.
Yes.
Uniformly across the country.
Uniformly. Even though, again, we have another layer where we have also local CBAs. These are collective bargaining agreements that are done between individual now universities. Yes. Even now as UWASU, we want to move out of that. we have told them we want to have only one CBA. So currently as we have national CBA, which has some items, and then we have local CBA.
Okay.
In fact, one of the reasons why we have this strike is because we had agreed that we want a number of items to be removed from what we are referring as to individual or local CBAs, whereby Kisumu University has a CBA, Kenyatta University has a local CBA touching on one or two items, but we have a national CBA that cuts across and is implemented uniformly.
What are the benefits of having the individual CBAs? There must have been some benefits.
The way it was agreed initially, the national CBA used to negotiate basic salary and house allowance only. And you find now what that means is basic salary and house allowance across public universities is uniform.
Yep.
But we have other rates which are now applicable in each university. Maybe, for example, professorial allowance, book allowance, medical issues, promotion and all that. You find sometimes those are at individual university. And now we have realized, even with the coming of SRC, that where we are, this leads to differential pays. Because one university will decide, my medical benefit will be like this. Another one is having a different. Yet, the criteria on how we are promoted and appointment is the same. So at the end of the day, you get that workers in different universities are earning different salaries. Because of those differential treatments in each of the local CBAs.
And that's not encouraged. You prefer that it would be standard across board?
Yes, we want it to be standard so that a lecture in a public university is the same all over.
Okay.
In fact, we agreed this, we have a recognition agreement where we agreed that some of these items now with IPUCCF, let us bring them to the 2021-25 CBA. And that's one of the reasons why we are on strike.
So why was that not accepted?
They ran away wanting us to do it the old way, which creates disparities, and our members are not happy about it. Yes.
Why would they do that, from your thinking? Why would they, knowing very well that these are some of the elements that were brought into a 2021-2025 CBA, and the reasons as to why that, was preferable were laid bare? Why would they come back and make sure that there are disparities amongst this pay? Because that's what we're talking about now.
Yes.
If we're trying to make the pay standard across board, all public universities in the country, if a lecturer is earning 250,000 shillings, let it be. Doesn't matter where they are, right?
Yes.
Why would they come and then go against that? It seems to make sense that they would want to see some kind of uniformity across board.
Yes. So this shows that we lack seriousness with our negotiating social partners, IPUCCF, because once we have agreed on a matter, signed a recognition agreement, then we should honor that agreement by doing that. But now when you come to the negotiating table, again we find they want to say, let us do it the way we have been doing it before, which our members are saying no. Because when you tell us to only negotiate basic salary and house allowance, the rest of the items, we can negotiate them at individual university. Then they continue creating those disparities, whereby, and again, now they will encourage our members to start moving from one university to another. You are teaching in Moi University, then you will switch to go to Kabianga because you will think
has better terms.
It has a better terms than this. And as we are saying, let everything be standard. Just like maybe for teachers, it doesn't matter where you are teaching. Your grade, even if you were taken to another school, the pay is the same. But in universities, that is not what we have.
You see, in the schools, in the secondary school or the primary school, the head is also reporting to the same employer. Right?
Yes.
In terms of the councils, each university is an entity. It's a going concern by itself.
Yes.
Okay? Let's just look at where the merits would be.
Yes.
If you are sitting in the council of Kabianga University, for instance, and as a council you have looked and seen, we want to attract the best academic staff, We want to attract also, the best so that we can get, for other reasons, we can get the better funding, we can have better research grants. We want to be the best university, public university in Kenya and the best university in Africa. As a council, that's what we're thinking. Mm-hmm. So we want to attract the best talent. We want to have control of our terms of employment. We want to sweeten the deal for people so that they can come to us and leave the other public universities and private universities. Does that not make sense? That each council then wants to look at how do we attract and retain the best?
Yes, that has failed so far, this far, because it has been tried. Now we want to go to something else. Because if you look at, maybe, for example, schools do perform in as much as TSC is one employer. We have schools that perform and others that don't perform. There is nothing like this is going to attract, because it has totally failed. We have not seen it. In fact, it is now being misused, whereby if you are in one university, they decide to sit on those people. They don't give them what is desired of them. They don't do promotions. So at the end of the day, people are demoralized. And at the end of the day, what happens? It is our students who suffer. Let us have a one uniform CBA. If possible, let us have everything housed centrally, so that now our people will be able to have treatment that is equal. Even SRC, one reason they were brought on board is to avoid these disparities, so that you don't feel that if I'm working in that university, I should be having a better pay than somebody else who's working in another university. Let us all be treated equally. If I want my pay to be better, then that can be done through promotion. If I achieve what is required of myself, they will promote. And again, nothing stops councils to have even some incentives. Those are there, they are allowed in the public, where if you are an outstanding employee, then they can be able to reward you in a different way and nobody will complain. I think that will be better for us. But what we have, it has already failed. There is no need again of experimenting on that.
When you say it has failed, do you want to tell me, Cyprian, that there are no DONS academic staff in a university who feel that at least our university, because of the local CBA that we have signed, we are getting a good deal? Are you saying that all university academic staff in all the 38 public universities have a complaint with all their individual CBAs?
From our statistics, I can report a majority. We have a very few, but now when you look at our membership, majority are suffering because of these local issues. A case in point, let me talk of medical.
Okay.
When you look at the medical benefits, you find one or two universities may have good benefits medically. Others will have a medical scheme that you will not even understand. For example, they will say, we will be paying you 3,000 shillings per month on your pay slip, and we are done with you.
As a medical allowance.
As a medical allowance. You know very well, with the economic times we have, if you pay me 3,000 shillings, there is no way I'm going to save awaiting an ailment. Then I say I can go to hospital. By the time I face that,
you cannot even
the money is not there.
You can't take up a proper insurance with 3,000 shillings a month as premium anyway.
And in any case, human beings, if you give me that money, I will spend it. I'll not go, because for now I'm in good health. I don't know about tomorrow.
Yes.
So if I get the money, I'll say, let me use this money for A, B, C, D. Then all of a sudden a disease or an illness comes in. Then you are left there. So those are some of the things we are saying.
But the local branches of the UASU in that university agreed to that. And they signed the local CBA.
Now, the other thing that is making us to disagree with the some of them are not even signed. In a university we have terms of service, which when you are employed, that's the first thing you are given. And most people, when they are coming in, you see, you will not argue there when you are receiving your letter that, yes, I want to understand before I sign. The first thing is, you are hereby employed, you will sign and agree.
I've gotten a job.
Even if you open and see it is 3,000, most people will just say, let me take this job. Then you start arguing when you are inside. So that's where we have a problem. And most of those universities don't even have those CBS. They will tell you, refer to our terms of service. Terms of service sometimes were done unilaterally. Unions were not there when they were being placed on the table. It was only the council that was there. So those are some of the disadvantages with the current system that we have. And therefore, we have said in 2021 CBA, let us have those items. In fact, we agreed. It's only that they have renegade on what we said that time.
So where are we now in terms of the obviously, we know that there's a break in those communications, and that is what has led to the strike that has been called on, and it went into activation yesterday, right?
Yes.
So what was said, or in this case, not said or not agreed upon in uniform non-agreement?
Yes.
That then now said, okay, Wasu said, we've tried, but we can't. What was that?
The reason why we are on strike now, those who are viewing us, so that you can be able to understand, public universities are in a mess because of either poor leadership, because of councils that are not working the way they ought to work, and they have brought us to where we are. In our CBA, we have disagreed on a number of items. One, we have our basic salary. In public universities, since 2017, we have never received a pay increase. According to SRC, we should have a pay increase after 4 years. So 2017-21, now we are in 21-25. And this means that July 2021, we were to get a pay increase. We submitted our CBA to IPUCCF, a proposal, in September of 2020, so that within 30 days or so, we start negotiations. Come December, we are clear with the negotiations, money is allocated and all that. Come July 2021, the CBA begins. We have new salaries. That didn't happen. So we are here, no salary increment. Our other social...
since 2017?
The last increment was July 2017.
Okay.
Yeah. So that means
all public
universities. So we were expecting to get an increment in July 2021. To date, there is nothing. When we gave the CBA, they dilly-dallied with it. Nothing. They haven't come to the table. We only met on the table in the year 2023, last year. So we started negotiations. We have done about 10 or so national negotiation meetings. And the last one was shortly before we gave our strike notice. Yes, we have disagreed.
Yeah.
They have not given us anything meaningful. Instead, they are telling us that some of our members will receive a 0%. In other words, no increment.
And that's the best that they gave in terms of from the other side of the table. There wasn't anything else substantial that you could then say, all right, let's work with this. It was either that or silence?
Not really. They gave a 7% increment to the higher cadres.
And who are those?
I'm talking of professors and associate professors. You see? And when you come to how salaries are done, normally it is the lower cadres who are supposed to get an increment. And the high, who should get a higher increment.
Yes, lower cadres should get higher.
And the higher cadres should get a slightly lower increment in terms of percentage. But now they are doing the opposite.
So 7% to the higher cadre, the associate professors and professors.
Yes.
And what
the rest of the lower cadres is 0%.
To everybody else.
That's what they have given. If now I talk of even the rest of the staff from grade 1, university we have from grade 1 to 15. But for academic staff, we begin from grade 10 to 15. So since I'm talking on them, 10, our members will get 0. Grade 11, 0%. Grade 12, some of them will get 0, a few will get 3% or something like that. Then now the rest of the grades will get 7. We have said no to that.
This is being presented at a negotiation table.
Yes.
What was the justification? Because even you, when you presented your proposal, you had justifications for each.
Exactly.
What was the justification for 00007?
No, they said that is what they are giving out. That's what they have even given others. But others who are given 7 to 10%. Now, where we are, we have said we also need to be given that 7 to 10% so that the lower cadres get the 10%, the higher cadres get the 7%.
I have a feeling there's something here. If the other staff have gotten an increment between 7 and 10%.
Yes. Not in the universities. I'm referring to civil servants, police officers, teachers. They have been given for the CBA 2021-25. But public university, here we are.
Why would a university, a forum representing all university councils, knowing full well that they have not had a salary increment for their academic staff since 2017, come back and say we shall continue with zero increment in salary, even in the new CBA, and we're discussing it in 2024? Why would they do that?
They are coming to the table. They are saying we sometimes it is SRC. SRC is also saying that that is the way to go. So because of that, we have nothing other than for us to go out.
Is that true? Has SRC recommended no pay rise?
We asked for SRC to come to the negotiating table to give those explanations. They refused.
Sorry, okay, so the council made it known to you that SRC has refused a salary increment across board.
Yes.
What you're asking is that SRC comes and says that for themselves, that this is what they actually said.
Yes, we need
because you've not seen any kind of communication to that effect from SRC.
You see, the way SRC operates is very funny. They normally tell us that we are under no obligation to communicate with the union. We communicate with the employer, with IPUCCF. It is them to transmit whatever information they have to you.
Could that be what they've transmitted?
We guess, but again, we doubt, because IPUCCF is again the one advising SRC that you write a letter to say give them a 0%. You see?
Okay.
Yeah, that is where we are in public universities.
Let's take a break.
Because another problem we are having in public universities, the people we are negotiating with are like our colleagues again, vice chancellors, who, according to us, have vested interest that they wouldn't want us to get that increment.
Why?
Because for them, they are not in that CBA. We are negotiating up to grade 15, but for them, they are above that.
They don't benefit.
Yes.
They don't. Okay. Time for a break. Cyprian Ombati is the National Vice Chairman of the University's Academic Staff Union, UASU. UASU has called a strike, and lecturers across all public universities, 38 public universities, are on strike since yesterday.
Yes, from yesterday.
And this is because of a breakdown in communication. So UASU negotiates with a forum that brings together all the councils of the 38 public universities. It's called the Inter-Public Universities Councils Consultative Forum. They have been negotiating. One of the things that they've been saying is, since we have not had a pay rise for the last many years, since 2017, can we have some pay rise? UASU has come back and said, okay, we can only give a pay rise, not UASU, but IPUCCF. We can only give a pay rise to associate professors and professors, 7%. The other academic staff, unajua hata finance bill kataliwa na your students, the Gen Zs, and all those things. That's why they're on strike, among other reasons. We'll be talking about those other reasons shortly. 25 minutes to 9.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Unbeatable deals at Peppino's Pizza, Kimathi Street. Get this. 2 large pizzas plus a 1.25-liter soda for just 1,500 Kenya shillings, or 2 medium pizzas and a 1.25-liter soda for just 1,200 Kenya shillings. Available every Tuesday and Thursday. Chicken lovers, we got you covered too. Enjoy 2 crispy chicken pieces, chips, and a 350 ml soda for just 500 shillings. Call 0728-261-875 or order online at pepinospizza.co.ke. Join us for mouth-watering treats all month long. #Peppino's Pizza.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Do you want to live out your life with the utmost convenience? A way of life that is empowered with the necessary tools and solutions to live out your life effortlessly? Then wait no more. Download Loop today and enjoy the best mobile money and banking worlds through a simple platform that delivers payment, credit, and saving services, while at the same time offering personalized journeys and deals to complement your interests and needs. Why wait? Just Loop it. Tune in to the Situation Room every morning and Spice Drive from 3 to 7 p.m. every Monday to Friday and learn more about Loop.
The weather with Spice FM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, highs of 27 and lows of 14, and it's sunny at 17 in Nakuru, going to highs of 27. We'll see highs of 26 in a mostly sunny Nyeri at 15, and at 17, Eldoret is sunny with highs of 25. Mombasa at 25 is sunny with sunny conditions at 26 in Malindi, and the sun is up at 24, going to highs of 30 in Kisumu, where it's sunny at 21, going to highs of 30 in Kakamega. Kampala sunny at 23 with highs of 30, while Dar es Salaam at 23 is sunny, going to highs of 29. Johannesburg at 17, sunny with highs of 25. And we're looking at mostly sunny conditions in Mogadishu at 28 with highs of 31. 16 and sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 22. It's cloudy in Lagos at 25 with highs of 30. And at 23, cloudy in Kinshasa with highs of 35.
Spice up your life.
All right, let's look where it's busiest in the city this morning. Still quite a thing coming off of Huru Highway, and as you get into the CBD. Also Magadi Road, very heavy traffic inbound towards Langata Road, coming off of the Greater Langata Road and heading into the city. It's going to come in heavy through towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. Whatever is happening on Jogo Road looks much better now. Landy is not giving too much, so that's great. As you come off of the thicker superhighway, it's still going to be heavier as you pass Survey, then through the Pangani underpass and some of it on Kiambu Road. So we're looking at traffic still coming in hot on Limuru Road through towards Muthaiga, Westlands as well as Lower Kabete. It's busy this morning. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Crisis in our public universities, in our education sector.
Yeah.
Today we are just looking at universities. A lot's happening. Lecturers have now down their tools because breakdown in communication between them and the employer. Cyprian Ombati, the National Vice Chairman of UASU, is our guest.
Okay. So now, just before we went to the break, we're talking about, so what was the straw that broke the camel's back? And looking at what SRC may or may not have recommended, and then what IPUCCF said they said. So it could be, a whole game
he
of
said, she
he
said.
said, she said,
yes.
But then to have everybody on the table at the same time talking one to the other has not happened. And so that is what now we saw yesterday, where everybody said, okay, fine. Until and unless we can have something substantial, then UASU says we're going to withdraw and down tools. And that happened yesterday. So what exactly are we seeing happening around public universities? Non-academic and academic staff have downed their tools. So basically learning in public universities ceased from yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. And what would it take to come back to the negotiating table?
For us to come back to the negotiating table, where we have reached, it requires an interministerial committee. That is now the level where we are. That is the only thing that we'll be able to sort out the problem that we are having. But sending us back to IPUCCF or vice chancellors is a wastage of time. I want to say that 2021-2025 CBA is a very special CBA because this one was going to bring almost an end to all the ills in public universities. And how? One, because as I said earlier, we had agreed with them that going forward, let us have negotiation taking this nature or route, which they have given a turn back on. Let me talk of when we went to the negotiating table, the issues so that they are able to come out clearly why we are where we are now. One, when you look at public universities, we are now being told that our fees will be paid from students. Our salaries will be paid from the student fee. We are asking why that kind of discrimination when all other government workers or public workers are paid from the exchequer. So that's another problem we are having on the table. We don't want to be paid from the fees collected by students. You and I know that fee collected from students cannot be able to sustain a university or run a university. If they tell us that, then we expect doctors who are treating at KNH, doctors who are treating at Jaramogi Oginga Hospital in Kisumu, to also be told, together with nurses and clinicians, that whatever you collect as payment from fees
is what pays your salary.
Let is pay your salary. Police officers, what you collect from fines and whatever criminals pay there, use that. We don't want to go that direction. We want our salaries to come from exchequer. Another thing.
What has been the practice so far?
So far it comes from exchequer. Monthly capitations from the government to university, then they pay our salaries.
So it's part of the capitation?
Yes, part of capitation.
And you don't want it to be part of the capitation?
If it is part of capitation, well and good. That we may not have a problem.
What's the
but
issue?
There is a new thing coming in.
Right.
Creeping in slowly. That, going forward, we will be paid from the fees. And what's the danger with that? It means you can go to a university and students decide not to pay fees. And then you are told because
What is fees? Is fees not those three things? The capitation that comes in form of, now we are calling it what? Scholarship. There is help, that's a loan to a student.
Yes.
And homestead contribution.
Yes.
Those three make fees.
They are the ones that make fees.
Before this, what was fees? It was help, it was out-of-pocket contribution, and it was
the household.
The household.
Yes.
And there was the differentiated unit cost coming from the exchequer. Those three were making fees.
Yes. The difference that we have now, that they are saying is coming in about 2 years from now, is they want whatever they collect from fee, as you have defined it, let that use to settle salaries. And everything else, which we are saying a strong no. And I've given an example. Why are others not being told the same thing? Why should teachers, maybe let me use teachers, teachers in high school and primary schools, people pay fees there also. Why are their salaries being allocated and budgeted and given to TSC? We want the same, so that nobody will come and tell us that we haven't collected fees. Students are not able to pay fee. So at the end of the day, we cannot pay your salaries. We can only pay depending on what we have received. As we are saying, you can take all those fees if you want, but pay us from exchequer. The other problem that we have is harmonization. When it comes to public universities, as I said, you are a professor or a lecturer in one university and another one in another university. The pay is not the same because of differential allowances and something like that. We have said we want harmonization. It was there in the CBA. They have not addressed that because we want to have a pay that is equal across board.
Okay.
The other one
a question
is,
there,
yes,
just for clarification. A professor who is teaching the most expensive course in a university.
Yes.
Is he paid the same amount as a professor who's teaching the least expensive course in the same university?
Yes, that's what we have. Yeah.
Should that continue being the case?
Once you are a professor, you are a professor. Yes, because the requirement for you to be a professor are the same, depending whichever discipline you are doing. The professor, whether it's medicine, a professor of sociology, the requirements for them to reach there are almost the same.
Okay, go on.
Let me talk about the other issue that we have is annual increments. We have a problem there again. When you move across our universities, we have some universities that don't give annual increments to our workers. You find if your salary is 50,000, it is 50, 2021, 22, 23, 24. You know that in the public sector, salaries have annual increments, which is given. It is there in law, as our people are suffering because they are not given that.
Reason?
Reason being, a university comes and says, for example, for us, we are not able now to give you the annual increments because the amount of money we receive from the exchequer is not enough. That has also led to universities not being able to remit pension, to remit loans.
Okay.
I have a loan with a bank. You go to the bank, they tell you, the last 2-3 months, we have not received your pay. But my pay slip shows they deducted the amount. When you ask the university, they say we are sorting that. Some of our members, banks are now auctioning whatever property or something that they have so as to recover the amount. And that is one reason we are saying, let us have uniformity across public universities. so that you don't feel differential treatment here. Another university is also doing its own thing. So those are some of the issues that we have. Like, for example, now in Moi University, they are out. For the last 4 months, nobody has addressed their issues. Technical University of Kenya, they have been out. In fact, if you look at the mess in universities, like I can see it here in the newspaper, it totals to 75 billion shillings. That is what they need today. If the government provides 75 billion, then most of our problems will be solved. They promised that during campaign. Nothing has happened. Egerton University, if I talk about Egerton University, you are given a pay slip. You are given a salary that is not 100%, maybe 50% of your salary. You are told this other one is deferred pay. It is written there in your pay slip. It is accumulating month by month. At the end of the day, you find like you are being told, we owe you for the last 3 or 4 years, we have you at 2.5 million, which they have not paid you. Tell me, how will that lecturer deliver in a class? Yet he has not been paid. Nobody has addressed that. I hope now you are getting our point, why we are saying let us have one treatment across board so that our problems are solved once and for all. We saw education charter during campaign. You were there. In fact, you are the one who interviewed them. What they said there was very sweet. But now what is happening is very different.
Vertical ground.
Yes. Because they said, going forward, nobody in university will have a deferred pay. Our people have not received that. Technical University of Kenya, here in Haile Selassie Avenue, their pension scheme has gone under. You have been contributing for the last 15, 20 years, money awaiting your retirement. Now when your retirement is coming, the university tells you, we are sorry, we don't have money, including your own contribution, which you have evidence from payslip that they deducted this money. It's not there. Where is the problem? Again, the other problem is the financing at higher education. The government must accept that public universities must be funded by public. Forget about these formulas of the fees model, I don't know, band 1. Those are good only to the public, sweet to them sometimes, but the reality is they must sit down and have a way to finance these universities so that we don't go under. So those are some of the items we have in our CBA, which we feel if they are addressed, and as I said, at the interministerial level, so that we don't want to go and meet the CS education, you talk to him, and yet the CS treasury is not aware how much is required. They have not set aside enough money.
Do you think it's an issue of inadequacy of funding?
Not really. I can say yes.
Do you think if they said today that they were going to set aside 75 billion shillings to sort out the issue that is at the universities today, that they could be able to get it, in other words?
Yes. Our problems will be solved hand in hand with the management at the university. Like now, if you look at Moi University, if I was to advise the government, let them overhaul the management at Moi University. Let us have a fresh management. But as you have said, if government today sets 75 billion, then our arrears will be paid, our pension will be paid, our bank loan arrears will be paid, our harmonization will be done, and they sustain it going forward. The problem we are having is this treatment where we are treated like not Kenyans. If you look at civil servants, for example, have you ever seen them complaining? Another issue we have is car loan and mortgage. SRC gave car loan and mortgage in the year 2015. We are now 10 years. Public university workers, they have never seen it. Civil servants have received it. They have bought houses, they have built houses, they have cars. Us, we don't have. You can see the demoralization that we go through at the university.
But what causes all this? I mean, for example, SRC has recommended and approved car loan and mortgages.
Yes.
And none of the universities has been able to implement it so far. You talked about the others that are in law. I mean, you're supposed to get an annual increment if you're working in public service.
Yes.
It's an expectation.
Yes.
None of the universities has done this.
Yes.
What's causing this?
The problem is inadequate funds. Kenya has money.
Inadequate funds where?
From government to universities. Because if they use the formula they are using, because there is nowhere worldwide you can use fees to sustain a university. That one, forget. Fees is just a small percentage on what is required to run a university. And government thinks that through loans, bursaries, and what they are calling as household, they will be able to run a university. Forget about that. Because that is, for example, let me ask you, if we were to do a library of 1 billion shillings for a university that has maybe a capacity of 30,000 students, the amount we collect from those 30,000 students in form of fees, I can tell you, cannot reach even 1 billion. It will be somewhere in the neighborhood of 400, 500 million
per year. And
then we have other operation costs within the university. So that is where we have a problem. What we have with the government, they are doing is, vice chancellors are public employees also.
Yeah.
So if the CS, the PS are their bosses, they give you, for example, a university requires 250 million per month in order for payroll. Then you are given 100 million. You are told, you see how to do that. You are also a leader. Where can you muscle 150 million in a month? Because at the university, we don't sell. we are not a supermarket to sell products.
Okay. So what I hear you saying is that it looks as though the time has come for universities and their management councils to look beyond waiting for the exchequer to send money to get things done. That universities ought to operate in a model whereby other universities around the world operate, whereby you are bringing in funding using different kinds of initiatives. Is that what you're saying?
The funding from exchequer has to increase. If a university payroll is 250 million, give them the 250 million straight for payroll.
Not a shilling less.
Yes, don't give them 100. And where do they get 150? That is what brings in the temptation where they don't pay your pension. You get it?
But
they deduct. They deduct your tax, your pension. They don't remit.
They use it
to do something else.
To make the net 100%. When you go to them, they have not paid. When you ask them, they tell you, where do we get this money from?
They've also made that suggestion, though. We've heard that has come from different quarters, whereby they say universities have to look at own source funding and revenue.
Yes.
That they have to look at that as an option. Is it something that can work in kind of symbiosis, or are you saying no? First of all, if you know that the payroll is this amount, exchequer, deliver that money, and then these other sources of funding that you talk about, we can think about that.
That one is encouraged, that universities can also be able to source, even council. And that's normally what we ask them. You as council, how much have you sourced? Nowhere. But let us not run away from the responsibility. Public university is not a private university. It has to run using the state coffers, taxpayers. From exchequer, consolidated fund, we get money from there, we run our universities. So if these problems are looked at, to me, then our strike will come to an end. We'll be able to have normalcy back at the university, because where we are standing now, if we do the things the old way, we will not get it. You have talked of university getting funds. They cannot get funds from students. Why? In Kenya, all students who get C+ and above, they join university as government-sponsored students.
Yes.
Meaning, whom are you waiting for to come? Because for you to enter university, you must have a C+ and above.
Yep.
Yes.
So that's where we are saying the government cannot run away from its responsibility. We have seen billions of shillings being splashed left, right to do things. Do we need those things? It's a high time we have a sit down and say, how do we do in terms of public university financing? Final but not least is to say, we require that harmonization. Let us be paid from exchequer like all others. If you come to promotion, our members are very angry. If you saw them on TV yesterday, and we have told members of management, even stay away from those people. Leave them to do their thing in strike. Because this is somebody who also has children. He has been deducted money.
Cannot access a loan. Loan is not being paid.
In Moi University, a lecturer told us, I have given my laptop to a duka so that I borrow every day what to eat. When I get money, I'll pay. If not, then they can auction that laptop. Is that where we want to go? So we are asking all these things that the government has to give this serious thought.
Cyprian, how do private universities, how do they operate? Where do they get their money from? How do they get money to run operations of the private university, to pay the lecturers in the private university and all the other stuff? Where does the money for private universities come from?
They have a funder, they have a sponsor, they have donors. For a public university, the financier, the donor, is nobody other than the government of Kenya.
But many of them, the private universities, are not running as non-profit. They are not non-profit organizations. They are for profit. Even if they have a funder, this funder is looking at the bottom line. So how is it that private universities are able to run their operations from the money that they... what are the sources of money for them?
Well, you have just answered it.
Yeah.
You have said they are run as business. They have investors, people who have put their money there, and they know how they'll get it. But in public university, you see, the only person who can give money to run a state, because we are state corporation. But remember now, for public universities, we are not for profit making.
Yes.
You see, so what that means is the burden has to be borne by the government.
Okay.
World over, I can tell you for free, government institutions are run by government money, taxpayers. In Kenya, they want to bring a scenario whereby, for example, it is possible you can be able to run and generate from where. That's why I've said, what do we sell at university? So that you say, by evening, we have some money. We don't have.
Okay. We've seen now that the Environment Court has actually given orders to halt the strike, to prepare for negotiations between both sides.
The Labour Court.
Yeah, Labour Environment Court. The Employment Court. What does that now portend? What would that mean?
The court order?
Yes. As of this morning.
I haven't seen it.
As of this morning.
Yes.
So I mean, it's just news coming in that they've said, look, halt the strike and let's go back to the negotiating table. Obviously just coming to your ears now, but what would that mean?
Since I haven't seen, I may not really comment on it, and since it's a matter of the court, that one I leave. I hope they have served our National Secretary General, who is the person to respond to that. But as of now, our strike continues. This is our day 2.
Cyprian, strikes in Kenya go the same way. Issue a strike notice, go on strike, the employer goes to court, the court declares the strike illegal, says workers need to go back to work. You expected the court to say go back to work.
That is what I've said. For now, I may not comment. I don't know even the content of that, but we respond. I'm going back to office. The National Secretary, maybe even by now he has responded on that. But as of now, as where we stand, this is day 2 of our strike. Our member escalate the strike, let it bite till the government pays. The strike will only end when we strike a deal. That's what we said. And our deal for now is we must have an interministerial to end the problems in universities. Where we have reached, our members were saying 1,000 ways of death. One of them is working in a public university. Yes.
Cyprian Ombati is the National Vice Chairman of the University's Academic Staff Union. He's been our guest, telling us why all the university academic staff are on strike and what it will take for them to go back to work. It's 9 a.m. News time. Next up, the health crisis.
Spice up your life.
This is the news wire. I'm Leah. Ubaga. One person has died in an accident along the Thika Garissa Road. The incident happened after the lorry rammed into a stationary trailer at Kanyonyo Shopping Centre located at the border of Machakos and Kitui counties. Police said the vehicle was heading to Mwingi from Matu before the accident occurred. The lorry's turnboy died on the spot following the unfortunate incident. The body of the deceased has been taken to Mbaka Funeral Home in Matu. The High Court is this morning expected to hear an application by Acting IG Gilbert Masengeli, who is seeking to suspend the implementation of the 6-month jail sentence pending appeal. Advocates Cecile Miller and Steve Ogola filed the application on September 16th, urging the court to hear them before tomorrow, when the sentence is expected to take effect. Masengeli was found to be in contempt of court by Justice Lawrence Mugambi and subsequently sentenced to a 6-month jail term. The proceedings stem from an application filed by the Law Society of Kenya, which sought to have the IG produce 3 young men who went missing in Kitengela last month. Their whereabouts remain unknown. As tensions escalate between the National Police Service and the judiciary, President William Ruto weighed in on the matter, calling for a ceasefire between the two institutions.
I am acutely aware that the National Police Service is an independent institution, and so is the judiciary. But ultimately, we have one master, the people of Kenya, that we work together towards serving not interests of individuals, but the collective interest of the people of Kenya.
And whilst the National Vice Chairman Cyprian Mbati says that the strike will continue until the 2021-2025 CBA is implemented. Speaking on SpiceFM, Mbati said that the situation has been made worse in universities where lecturers' salaries are delayed and no salary increment has been implemented or enforced since 2017.
According to SRC, we should have a pay increase after 4 years. So 2017-21, now we are in 21-25. And this means that July 2021, we were to get a pay increase. We submitted our CBA to IPUCCF, a proposal, in September of 2020. So that within 30 days or so, we start negotiations. Come December, we are clear with the negotiations. Money is allocated and all that. Come July 2021, the CBA begins. We have new salaries. That didn't happen. So we are here, no salary increment. Our other social...
since 2017.
The last increment was July 2017 across all public universities. So we were expecting to get an increment in July 2021. To date, there is nothing.
Increased road network, aging roads and a large backlog in maintenance coupled with stagnation in revenue collection pushed the state to increase the road maintenance levy fund. Road CS Davis Churchill, whose ministry hiked the levy, defended the move that triggered uproar. Speaking during question time in the Senate, Churchill said the increase was necessary to maintain the country's road infrastructure. The ministry increased the levies from 18 shillings to 25 shillings per litre. The CS said the country's total road network length has increased from 161,451 kilometers in 2016 to 239,122 kilometers in 2024.
Roughness Index, Chair members, is a technical term used internationally within road sector and is a well-known measure of road condition. Honorable Speaker, because of the above-mentioned funding gap in road maintenance, my ministry has not been able to perform all the required maintenance. Indeed, in the financial year just ended, the road agencies for the first time ever were forced to suspend award of a number of already tendered maintenance activities due to lack of budget. Following from the above situation, a proposal for review of the road maintenance levy by 7 shillings from 18 to 25 litres was formulated several months ago to partially fill the maintenance gap.
That's the news wire. I'm Le Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, still busy in the city this morning. There's some of it still left on the Thika Superhighway, and we'll see that traffic coming into the city. All right, it's not too bad. Coming out of Westlands, Wairimu, busy. James Gishuru, more or less clear outbound, a little bit of it inbound, and it's still looking like it'll take some time to get out of that Ring Road, Kileshwa, Ring Road, Westlands. All the ring roads seem to be doing the thing this morning. We're also looking at State House Road with quite some traffic as well. Let's take a quick look at what's coming off of Jago Road, and it's not too bad. And the Thika Superhighway still continues with a bit of traffic as you get into the city this morning via way of the Pangani Tunnel. We'll be coming out of traffic hour not too long from now. Let's just keep our wits about and see what happens as we do. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 after 9. Have you done what we've been telling you to do? One is, have you subscribed to the all-in-one package by Safaricom? It is important. It is important. And because we have leaders of an association and a union, we will tell them why. Listen, you want to talk to your members. Because, for example, as the Rural Private Hospitals Association of Kenya, Dr. Brian Lishanga, the chairman, you're talking to all your members countrywide and you want to tell them, okay, so this is what's happening. From next month, we are no longer going to be under NHIF. It will be a new season where, as the government has said, health will be paid through SHIF. The members need to know, we need to have issues. If issues are emerging and people are calling you and you need to call them back, you need to have airtime throughout the day. And you want to be able to talk to them. Or as a General Secretary of the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers, George Gibore, you're talking to your members and they're telling you, "Ai, bwana, huku kwetu, people are coming and they're saying they don't want to pay a shilling and they want to go, we are not able to get, the commodities that we need, this and the other," and you're just dealing with issue after issue after issue, and you want to call back your members when they call you. You want to have airtime all the time. You do not want to have that moment when that you wanted airtime you didn't have. If you do 2,000 shillings, as an example, and it's in existence, 2,000 shillings per month on the Safaricom all-in-one package, you get 1,000 minutes of talk time, 2,000 SMSs, 17 GB of data, free WhatsApp. If you put all your members on a WhatsApp group, you communicate to them, you don't need to spend a shilling. If you call them, you've got 1,000 minutes of talk time. If you text them, you've got 2,000 SMSs. You see? Safaricom just sat back and looked, we are for you. And because Safaricom is for you, then you've got to look at the trends. And they notice the trends are people are actually buying airtime at the moment when they were on a call, it got disconnected, airtime ran out, and then they go and top up. And in the end, cumulatively, at the end of the 30 days, they actually have spent a lot of money because they were buying airtime to call, and then that airtime was then used for data. Then they realized, oh, no, my airtime was going for let me buy data bundles. They bought data bundles. They said, let's sort out these people. Let's come up with an all-in-one package. And that's why they're saying, go for it. How do you subscribe?
*544#. Dial that and then go to the tab that says Go Monthly, and then you can pick the bundle that works for you, and you're on your way to uninterrupted talk and communication.
Imagine. Dr. Lishanga, don't you agree?
Yeah, I'm actually doing this *544.
Sai,
nione kitu.
Fanya. Let's do it. Go. *544#.
*544#.
What are the options that it brings there?
Okay, ESSD running. It says, so there is option 4 which says Go Monthly. Is that the one?
Do 4.
So 4 now says the first option 0. For 1,000 bob, I get 8 GB, 400 minutes of talk time, and 1,000 SMSs.
Option, the other one?
There's all-in-one. Then there is data plans. Kuna hot deals. Kuna chagua bei yako.
Do the all-in-one.
All-in-one. There you go. That is option 1. All-in-one now gives me a lot of options. So for 500 bob, I get 2 GB, 100 minutes, and 500 SMSs. For 1,000 bob, I get 8 GB, 400 minutes of talk time and 1,000 SMSs. And if I spend 2K, I get 17 GB 1,000 minutes. I don't even know if I can finish.
Imagine
1,000 minutes of talking. That's a lot of talking. Plus 2,000 SMSs. There is even more. Option 4 is 3,000 bob. You get 27 GB of data.
Imagine
1,500 minutes of talking, and 3,000 SMSs. Who am I SMSing? You start an SMS service.
All your members.
All my members.
Imagine
quickly.
you wanted to broadcast something to all your members. Bop.
That should work.
Right?
Yes.
If you wanted to, keep calling, because you are in the business of talking
all the
to your
time.
members.
All the time.
1,000 minutes, actually, you may find that you talk for close to 1,000 minutes a month.
I think so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Of course, data, we don't need to say. You use a lot of data. Now, the good thing is because you're on WhatsApp a lot,
yes,
Dr. Lishanga.
Yes.
WhatsApp is free if you take any of those packages.
Oh, amazing stuff.
Yep.
Amazing stuff.
So chagua hapo
Mbona hii ni ya chama.
Chagua tukiendelea.
Okay.
George Gibore as well. Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much for the welcome.
Yes.
I'm already a subscriber.
Voila.
How's it working for you?
Nice.
Now, for me, ni wale wa kitambo. Tuliingia when this was the first product around 2011 when I was paying 1,000. And it's still running.
Very good.
You get 900 minutes.
It serves you well, eh?
Yes.
Serves you very well.
Very well.
Do you ever exhaust 900 minutes?
Sometimes you find when issues are on, when we are on strike.
Like Juicy when you are on strike.
Yes. So maybe I need to upgrade.
Yes.
Very true.
Yep. So consider there are various options. Welcome, gentlemen, to the conversation. We are going to be talking about, our health sector and what we see. Both of you have been here before, talking about the health sector. And in fact, talking about UHC and what we expect to see with UHC. What the hope is for those in the profession. Both of you are medics. What do you hope to see? Okay, so we'll be discussing that shortly. Our proverbs for this week are from Libya. And the proverb for today, learn to shave by shaving orphans. Learn to shave by shaving orphans. I want to start with you, George. What's your interpretation?
Learn to shave by shaving orphans. And
Yes.
I think this shaving is a service you are doing. So, indeed, if there's anything you need to do, looking at the orphans are people who are not well brought up, I mean, less privileged.
Yep.
So I think by taking care of them, then you learn how to take care of everyone and also yourself. Yeah.
Good one. Dr. Lishanga?
Well, I think there is there's a business advice there also that say you wanted to get into a certain industry. It's a good place to start by doing something for the community. And as you do, because orphans are not going to give you anything back anyway, but in that process you get more proficient at that service, and this is now where you will now generate value that people can actually pay for. So there is a business lesson there about giving to the community as a way of getting better at your sector.
Brilliant. Proverbs
Right.
are very interesting because the interpretation, one proverb can have very many interpretations,
Yes.
and all of them make a lot of sense in the different contexts. Like those two. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Same problem.
Okay. So, for many years, we've talked about universal health coverage in this country. In fact, I just want to go back a couple of years. Charity Ngilu is the Minister for Health, and she says, you know what, let's have everybody getting access to health services at more affordable rates. And she takes it to the cabinet, the Kibaki cabinet. Kibaki cabinet that time is dealing with issues, infrastructure development.
Yeah.
And Daudi Moraria tells her, you know what, it's okay, yeah, you're making a lot of sense. Lakini mama, unajua, sahi pesa kuna. Let's first of all build infrastructure, elevate the economy, and then the economy will be able to generate, so we can then move into health as a second aspect. Conversations happen. Uhuru Kenyatta, Ruto come in. They say UHC will be a key pillar. We shall implement it. The Jubilee, the quartet, Uhuru, Ruto, Balala, Ngilu. Okay? Second term, the big five. One of the big five, UHC. Uhuru Kenyatta rolls it out again. Pilot. Sijui pilot, we shall roll it out. Doesn't really happen. Ruto says, if you elect me as president, nikiweka Biblia chini heavy, I will start getting into that journey. Okay, last year at Mashujaa Day celebrations, he says, we are now launching formally because we have 4 pieces of legislation that are now acts of parliament. We are moving towards implementing UHC finally. The last 1 year, conversations, Ministry of Health and all, and advisors to the president and stakeholders, UHC. Now the Ministry of Health says, end of this month, stop paying money to NHIF, pay money to Social Health Insurance Fund. We are rolling out UHC. Yesterday we had the Cabinet Secretary for Health here. She said, roll out October, launch UHC, full throttle, November. Are we ready, Dr.
Well, first of all, the shifting of goalposts. Cabinet Secretary was my classmate, so I don't even know how to throw her under the bus properly. Shifting of goalposts. This November date for what are they calling rollout launch. This is very new. You know, this sounds almost like a roadside declaration, because as far as we know, the ministerial circulation is circular. It's just 1st of October, but it's, if you look at it keenly, it points to a bigger problem, and that is a problem of readiness. In other words, I feel like, based on where I sit, they have bitten more than they can chew, and I would not be surprised if by 1st of November we get a new debt, and I don't know what we will call it now. Will it be rollout or rollout prime or something? The fact of the matter is that we will not be ready by 1st of October, and we will definitely not be ready by 1st of November. And if our colleagues in government were to be honest, they would have followed the advice we've given them over the last 1 year, that this kind of reform needs to be undertaken in small bites, in incremental kind of reform, and it would still work perfectly. But it looks like now we have put for ourselves a firm deadline, and we have made promises to the Kenyan people. And to save ourselves, to save face, we must roll out something. And I'm really worried, you know, as a health sector representative. I think that I like what I watched the show when the new chairman for the Shah Authority, Dr. Abdi, was here. He confessed that it will be messy. But my worry is messy for who? Because there is going to be consequences for that mess. And in the problem with the health sector, consequences sometimes mean the difference between life and death. So it is not as simple as my colleague wants to put it, that, we will find a way around it somehow, we will navigate. From where I sit, I think somebody will miss a dialysis session. Somebody will miss chemotherapy. A patient who suffers a road accident, who believes that emergency care is now available, will not be able to get that emergency care. And so it is a matter of life and death, and we should approach it with that kind of seriousness.
What do you see that's lacking that would make these scenarios that you speak of come to reality?
So, top of my mind is, in fact, to answer Yundu, is lack of, what I believe is a lack of government commitment. They are not putting their money where their mouth is. In other words, and I had Eric asking this question recently, primary health care is government funded, exchequer funded. The appropriations bill that was signed into law a couple of months ago by His Excellency, the President, allocates 4.1 billion to primary health care. Surely, we are a country of 55 million or so. This money is not definitely enough. So, where the problem is, we want the Kenyan people to shoulder the burden and shoulder the burden of providing healthcare. And we have a population of maybe maximum 3 million people on formal employment to provide healthcare for 55 million Kenyans.
So are we saying that there's a fear, or are we saying that there's mistrust, possible distrust, that the funds will not be available to actually fund primary healthcare? Because what are we talking about? We can use these words, but what are we talking about, Doc? Is that somebody goes into hospital with a fever. We're saying don't go to your level 6 hospital, go to your dispensary, go to your 1, 2, 3, right? That's supposed to be funded by government. The money is supposed to go there. So to say that in order for that to happen, to take care of 55 million Kenyans, there needs to be money in that. Is there a fear that money is not available from government?
Just paint that picture very correctly. Right now, the sector is on its knees as we are talking. Just let's forget about even 1st of October or 1st of November. As we are talking right now, hospitals do not have money to provide care. First.
Which hospitals? Private, public?
All of them. All of them. The only difference here is that we in private sector, we don't keep quiet. If you step on our toes, we say you are stepping. But the mission hospitals will make noise after you've stepped for 1 year. The public hospitals will never make noise. But there is no money in the sector. So if the floodgates that we expect to be opened from 1st of October all the way to November, we are telling Kenyans that all of you now have healthcare. And we know once you tell health-seeking behavior is once a person is told you have health insurance.
If you remove the financial burden,
they consume it.
Yes.
So we expect that the numbers will go up. What we are saying is that they are going up to hospitals that even today, before we talk about what Ndu is saying, the appropriation, even today, the historical debts that NHIF now, we are closing it with over 22 billion Kenya shillings owed to providers. These providers are limping, providing care to 19%. Now it's 19%. That's what NHIF covers. Now we are saying shift immediately in 2 weeks' time to 100% of Kenyans. If we cannot provide quality care to 19% or 20%, how are we going to do it with no funding to 100%? I mean, even if the number rises just a little bit to 30%, the system will collapse. This is the primary problem.
I'll come back to that question of NHIF debt to providers. I asked that of the CS yesterday. But George, do you agree with Dr. Lishanga that we are not ready? Or what do clinical officers, because you're the guys who are in those hospitals that will also provide the primary health care, what do you see?
Where I sit, I'll have to be candid that indeed, when you look at the policies and the laws that we have brought in, and we are actually coming up with, they are very good. The intention is very good, but now putting into action, I think that's where we put queries. And when you ask about readiness, I will point it out clearly that we are not ready. Not ready in which manner? If you look at what Dr. Lishanga has pointed out, is about the fund that has been allocated to primary care services, which means these are the funds to now enable service delivery at level 2 and level 4 and level 3 facility, which are the majority. And these are the nearest facility to every Kenyans, more specifically the targeted poor, the indigents that now we are talking about. I think when we talk about now the shift, we look at it, the percentage that he's talking about, the people who are under now a cover, and now we are saying we want to have everyone under cover. But as they do that, they have cleverly provided up a specific provision that you only get service after enrollment, and that they can delay it. So it's not that government are not also very clever. So you come there, you don't have, you'll be told you did not have. So that's the challenge that Kenya are going to face.
What do you mean? Wait.
Yes, if you are not enrolled and you are seeking service, we have said, for you to seek service, enroll yourself.
You must be enrolled into shift.
Yes.
Okay.
As much as we have said you are not going to pay, but enroll yourself.
Okay.
At the time you are seeking services, you have not enrolled. So it will be a technical issue, and it will depend where you are, whether they can allow you. I heard yesterday the PS saying that there will be someone ready there to enroll you so that you get services. But I'm skeptical about that because I know the kind of system that we normally operate in. And having said that, the readiness and the parameters that inform readiness have not been clearly outlined. Looking at the financial issues, and as I've said previously, these facilities we are talking about, the primary health care, are the main reason why Kenyans do not trust the public sector. Because every time Kenyan go visit, laboratory is not functioning because there is no reagent to do, or even a test kit to test even for malaria. Or even when that is functional, the clinician is not there. So you'll find there are a number of places you'll go, like here in Nairobi. Up to last year, and now they have employed a number of officers until we check again. We had close to 22 facilities not functional in Nairobi. We had 13 facilities in Meru not functioning, 17 facilities in Kisii not functioning.
By not functioning, what do we mean?
They are not operational. There is structure.
So, for example, in Nairobi,
brick and mortar.
There is a known clinic.
Yes.
That this is an NCC clinic.
Yes.
But it's closed.
Yes. That this is a health center. Yeah. It has been brought up by virtue of the agitation of the MCA, because for them, development in the health sector is about brick and mortar. So once that is in place, there is no healthcare provider in that facility. There is no any equipment. So there is a building there. People knows that this thing is there. So when you look at it at the end of the day, is that you have told people that there's a facility. When they go there, even when there is a healthcare worker, there is no drug, there's no, the laboratory is not functioning. So what they do, they bypass that facility, they go to the level 4 because they do not have trust with that facility. And that is the reason why Mama Lucy is congested, Mbagathi is congested, Twin is congested, and all the other lower level facility, which is closer to those people, they are not able to reach. Now the question comes here is when you are in Mandera, and the next facility from that one, which is dysfunctional, is over 100 miles away, and you cannot afford to travel. So you choose to remain at home, or not even to travel. So the challenges that are there are enormous until we speak to them. So say that we had these challenges even under NHF. What we have provided as a remedy to that is 1, 2, 3. When we talk about what the NHF owns to private sector, how much does government facility, government like the county government owns NHF? You'll find facility like when I went to Mombasa, I realized Mombasa owes NHF close to around 15 billion. So if you get to most of those counties, then you put the maths together, is that government have been deducting money from like the employees, and they never remit it. So it is government owing to each other and affecting service delivery. So when, and as he has said that even private is not, it's because the government is the highest spender. Not government, the money that we collect under NHF, and of course the government is the highest spender in the health sector. So once that money is not there to be spent, every facility is in limbo.
Okay. So we're looking at a situation whereby there were many things that were happening that would have already put the sector in crisis, even before the discussions about bringing in this new SHA authority came into place. Things were already...
The house was on fire.
The house was on fire, essentially, shambolic, whatever. So many things going wrong. So oftentimes we have these discussions, and it's easier to lament where in some cases it's necessary. However, looking for the solution probably is now where the vision should be turned. And I think everybody has been doing that in different sectors, whether it's coming from, health workers, whether it's coming from brick and mortar infrastructure. And if we talk about health facilities around the country not functioning and health workers not being hired to carry out certain functions, would it make sense for us to say that this whole new implementation of a new authority can actually be put on hold, and the attention then ought to be paid towards making sure that your infrastructure, first of all, is operational, and that all this debt issue burden here between government and of the other sectors should be sorted out before you even start thinking about wanting to move things around?
Mm-hmm.
Is that where our attention should be focused?
Well, I don't know.
Maybe as he respond, I don't know whether he was the one to respond, is that what was the driver for us to change from NHF to SHA? What was the reason? What have been the reason that the government is giving? They felt like there was a lot of limitation under NHF, which some of us totally agree, because the primary services were not well catered for under the NHF.
Okay.
And you'll be surprised that level 2 and level 3, a majority of the public sector were not under NHF. They were not receiving any funds. But you'll find in the private sector where he is, yes, public sector. Public sectors.
Level 2, level 3.
Okay.
Yes, but you'll get a clinic with a one room seated there, but it has NHF.
In the private sector.
Yes, in the private sector. So you are wondering what is the limitation. But looking at it is that, like, screening for chronic diseases, to some extent, it could not happen. So you only, NHF was like saying, we wait for you to get maybe to test positive. When you go test positive, then come tell us, I have cancer, for me to start taking. And even the cancer issue when did we start catering for it? It was after some time. So they said we want to come up with a framework to ensure that the primary healthcare services can also get funding. Now, what I normally get surprised is, with the kind of projection we have in terms of the financial provision, we have already shifted goal. Because if you say you are giving 4 billion to primary healthcare and you are providing 10 point something billion for administrative services, you have already lost it. That is what we are saying. Now, and I feel like probably they are talking about equity in terms of how to share these resources, public, private, so that there is no issue of costing. I mean, different costing. Like I normally give this good example, that a cesarean section in Mamalusu will cost you around 15,000, between 10 to 15,000.
Yes,
under NHF. You go to the biggest referral hospital like KNH, it will cost you around 115,000. But if you cross over to a facility, private facility like Nairobi Hospital and Aga Khan, 260. Unfortunately, the consultant who is the resident of Kenyatta is the one doing it at Aga Khan. Hospital. Yes, the private hospital, Mata or elsewhere. So you wonder, what do you pay for? The procedure is the same. The human body is the same.
The medicine they use
nothing changes. So what do you pay for?
The consultant.
So then you find that the benefit are tilted to benefit. I know he will defend that.
No, I have to defend this.
So, and that is why we want an equalizer. That's what we were saying.
So
we want an equalizer so that, yes, we can also make a public facility to be competitive, which comes along with now the issues of the FIF, so that we can be able also to retain that money there, which is a fantastic idea. Now the issue is, will we reach there? Because always has been. Yesterday you asked a question to the CS about the HR, and she said that we are coming up with a HR Act. I don't know what.
Yes.
Really, is there anything that is denying you to take action? Nothing. If today you know there is already gaps in terms of the medical officers you need to have, the clinical officer and the nurses, the dentist and the subspecialists that you need, what is denying you to take action? Let them say clearly that there was a projection under the blueprint of the Kenya Kwanza government to employ 100,000 healthcare workers. That was within the first 1 year. They have never projected any budget to employ not even a single healthcare worker. So there is no funds that have been projected or rather targeted to employ healthcare workers.
Dr. Leshanga, before you come in, and you'll come and respond to that, let's take a break. It's 25 minutes to 10. We're talking about the health sector in this country. Are we ready for universal health coverage? It is to be rolled out in October, to be launched in November. as all systems go. Our guests this morning, Dr. Brian Lishenga, Chairman of the Rural Private Hospitals Association of Kenya, and George Gibore, who's the General Secretary of the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers. Keep it here. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
A special report. Good morning, kid. Leo, tupe our listeners some game. Imagine kuwa na a reliable squad all through your day.
Squad unaweza count on, maze.
Uta enjoy all things finance and fun. Talk of transacting seamlessly. Plus, unaweza link other bank cards kwa app. Ulipe bills easily na uweke standing orders,
Ku-access loans za kugrow life yako nayo. It's just one time.
Squad sasa ni loop. Loops here to suit your lifestyle.
No matter what your financial or lifestyle need is, the Loop Squad will be there by your side to sort you out. Download Loop today.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Unbeatable deals at Pepino's Pizza, Kimathi Street. Get this. 2 large pizzas plus a 1.25-liter soda for just 1,500 Kenya shillings, or 2 medium pizzas and a 1.25-liter soda for just 1,200 Kenya shillings. Available every Tuesday and Thursday. Chicken lovers, we got you covered too. Enjoy 2 crispy chicken pieces, chips, and a 350 ml soda for just 500 shillings. Call 0728-261-875 or order online at pepinospizza.co.ke. Join us for mouth-watering treats all month long. Hashtag Pepino's Pizza at 8.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly sunny conditions in Nairobi, 18 degrees. We'll see highs of 27 and highs of 27 as well. And a sunny Nakuru at 21. It's 19 and sunny in Nyeri with highs of 26, and 25 will be the high in a sunny Eldoret at 20. 27 and sunny in Mombasa with highs of 30, while Malindi will see highs of 30 where it's sunny at 28. 27 and sunny in Kisumu, and 23 and sunny in Kakamega. It's sunny at 25 in Kampala with highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 29 in a mostly sunny Dar es Salaam at 25. It's 19 and sunny in Johannesburg, going to highs of 25, while 31 will be the high in a mostly sunny Mogadishu at 28. We'll see highs of 22 in a sunny Addis Ababa at 17. And we're looking into a cloudy Lagos at 25 with highs of 30, and partly sunny Kinshasa going to highs of 35 and lows of 23. Thursday afternoon is sunny in Beijing at 30, and it's cloudy, partly cloudy at 16 in Paris, with cloudy conditions at 17 in London. We'll round things off in New York, where it's 20 degrees and cloudy coming into Wednesday, highs of 29 and lows of 19.
Seal the deal every day with the all-in-one plan from Safaricom. Get data, minutes, and SMS all-in-one on-the-go monthly bundle plan from Safaricom. Tune into the Situation Room every Monday to Friday as we unpack the all-in-one monthly plan from Safaricom. Safaricom is for you.
All right, so coming out of traffic hour, not too bad across the city. We're just looking at a little bit of it left on the Thika Superhighway as you come in through the Pangani Tunnel. But apart from that, I think we'll be able to work our way through into the CBD, little bits and bobs of traffic here and there. Talk to us through the morning on SpiceFM, KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
20 minutes to 10, our conversation continues with our guests, George Gibore and Dr. Brian Lishenga. Brian, before you respond, let me tell you about something else, okay? NCBA Bank, you know it.
Yes.
Banks, you know, they have these apps, okay? Now, NCBA doesn't have an app. It has a lifestyle. It's called Loop.
That's a nice line. Has a what?
Lifestyle. Loop. Tell him about it.
Everything is looped basically, so you don't have to go anywhere to get all your business done. From this one place, you can get transactions between your bank and your mobile wallet. You can pay your utility bills. You can sort out standing orders. You can make sure that all your payments are set up on time, ready to go. If you're in business, you can pay your merchants. You can pay your suppliers. You can advertise on the app to let people know what's available. I mean, it's fantastic stuff. All you have to do is download it. Download it today on your Google Play Store or Apple App Store. Download, and get into this lifestyle of not having to go so many places to get certain things done. And guess what? If you download that today and give us evidence of that, Edward, during the Spice Drive today, we'll award somebody 5,000 bob.
Evo.
Yes. Download. Get into the loop lifestyle. Why wait when you can loop it?
Exactly. So, Dr. Lishenga.
Interesting.
It costs this much for a cesarean section at, let's say, Mama Lucy. Costs this much plus X at KNH. It costs this much times Y at a private facility. Why?
Well, George brought up a very interesting point. I will start from the point where you were saying NHIF was not giving money to public level 2 and level 3 facilities, which I will tell you, it's just a governance issue. And, we were just talking about maybe, let's say, how Irungu Kangata has done things differently in Muranga. And it's very simple. Do you know that all the counties get capitated, that outpatient money, but most counties receive that money into a single bank account that is attached to the, say, county referral hospital or the sub-county hospital. So money for dispensary X never reaches dispensary X. It goes to a county hospital and it is spent from a central. In fact, before FIF, that money could even be spent for roads. So what are reasonable governors doing? Simply, very simple things, my brother. Like what you were talking about Muranga. What they have done is open bank accounts for every single dispensary, and give those bank accounts to NHIF. You know how SHA now. You know how NHIF usually works is once they say this area has 100,000 people who are beneficiaries. They simply do a math and they pay you the money for providing care for those ones into the account that you have given them.
Right.
So if you gave them accounts for 50 dispensaries, say in Kakamega or Makueni, whatever it is, they will pay money according to the number of beneficiaries attached to those dispensaries, and our dispensaries will be funded.
Right.
Now, that is to save my colleagues in the private sector, just to say it is not that counties or public sector have been not getting money and private. It is because of policy at government level in terms of where the money goes. Now, on the question of say cost of care, one of the things is that we keep forgetting is that the cost of a cesarean section is the same everywhere. It is the same at Mama Lucy and it's the same at a private hospital. The only difference is that at Mama Lucy, the cost of HR is absorbed. So you don't see it on your patient bill anywhere. So the cost of HR is absorbed, the cost of power is absorbed, the cost of rent, all these things are absorbed by the national government or the county government, whoever it is. They don't appear on the bill. But when you are in private sector, all these things are itemized somehow within your medical bill. And that is why the cesarean section that my colleague is talking about, 115,000. Actually, I'm surprised. That's rather expensive. We have private hospitals that are giving cesarean sections for 30K. If you look at the SHA benefits that is going to be rolled out, cesarean section is 30,000. That's the reimbursement. So why? Well, some private hospitals and even government hospitals co-charge. They charge a little more on what is reimbursed, and private sectors will have a slightly higher bill because of these other costs that cannot be absorbed by the taxpayer. So the cesarean section costs the same thing. It's only that on this other side, HR is taken care of, power is taken care of, and it doesn't appear on your bill. You asked a very important question before we went on the break as to whether we needed these reforms or we can just stop this bus and get out. There are good things about these reforms. I do not want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And you also said we shouldn't just complain. And we don't want to consistently complain. Let me tell you a few good things. One, nobody in the sector is against the Emergency Chronic and Critical Illnesses Fund. We want it. I mean, this has been one cost that has been ballooning and is predicted to keep ballooning as our population ages.
Yes.
So this is one of the very, very nice things that came through. Another thing that is, I think, quite interesting is around the Digital Health Act, where now we are finally going to bring all this data that we are collecting in the health service. We don't exist in silos. You know, your hospital doesn't have its own pool of information. If the digital superhighway works, the court cases notwithstanding, if it works, then for once in the country, we will be able to know how many diabetes cases, how many malaria cases, how many products. All these things will become visible. That is a great thing. The primary healthcare fund, as envisioned, is fantastic because now there seems to be a deliberate effort to fund healthcare at the level 2s, level 3 facilities, which have been ignored for a long time. The criticism we are offering is that all this thing boils down to what George was saying, and I wish he had stayed on that line. This thing boils down to government bad behavior. You know, today, if let's say here at Standard Group, if as a private sector employer now, if I don't remit my NHIF for my employees by 9th of every month, penalty. Where will I go? In fact, let me make it even interesting. The same SHA and NHIF, do you know they refuse to pay us for not showing, when we invoice them, for not showing our NHIF compliance certificate. So we find that extremely ironical because it is them who haven't paid us for us to be able to do these things. But then they also turn around and say without a compliance. But government agencies, SAGAs, what we call semi-autonomous government agencies, these roads, whatever, all these universities, county governments, they owe colossal amounts of money to the fund. And that is what worries me about the 2.75%. This 2.75% will be deducted from every single employee's pay slip. And historically, they say what the best predictor of future behavior is what? Past behavior. So it's going to be deducted and it will not arrive. That is just the first part. We don't think the money will arrive. The second thing I have an issue with, and which we have criticized, what is this means testing? I was watching the university funding model. They are complaining about means testing. It's the same business we have brought into SHA. We are now saying the informal sector is your contributions are going to be determined by a means test. I don't know if you guys have logged into that website, but if you go in on the SHA website, and now also that's a problem. Guka or Shosho or
he's not going to get on the website.
He's not going to get on the website. But if you do manage to navigate, you will find that your premium changes immediately. You say you have a microwave, and ukiweka tu hapo refrigerator, you are now a very wealthy person. Now, of course, we have criticized it, saying that using means testing as the means to determine how much the informal sector will generate will result in people, one, cutting shortcuts and lying.
People will underdeclare.
We know there are people in the informal sector who make a lot more than people who are on payroll. They are going to simply underdeclare. Because how am I going to say I have 2 cars or I have a motorcycle? Imagine our brothers who are in the border sector. Once you put there that I have a border, your premium shoots up. So there is an inbuilt incentive for people not to contribute. And these are the criticisms we have made. We are saying, number one, the biggest employer in Kenya is government. If government does not have physical discipline to remit funds, there is no way you can simply make the sector work by changing the law. People have to behave properly. The parastatals that owe NHIF money, the sagas, etc. Let them remit money. Because if they can't remit NHIF money, they will not remit SHA money. You get what I'm saying? So the major issue is around how do we raise the money? Means testing is wrong. My colleagues in the sector have said we should have gone for a general tax. We should have gone for a general tax. Every time I pay, if I'm wealthy, I'm going to buy a pair of shoes, maybe, I don't know, 7,000, 10,000. I pay a little more than the person who can afford a pair of slippers. But if the one who's affording a pair of slippers pays 1 bob, and I pay 1,000 shillings, we are both contributing in that way. We will have captured everyone. We have said they should have gone for general taxation, created a law to ring fence the funds created in this manner, and then used those funds to fund healthcare. But telling me to go on a website and type and declare myself, this is not going to work. And we are going to burden the few employees who are in the private sector with the funding healthcare for all Kenyans. And what the CS didn't say yesterday, really, the other day, is what they are really calculating is that the 2.75% is also going to fund primary healthcare. It's also going to fund the critical fund. That is their math. Because once the money hits the SHA bank accounts, you and I will not know how they are manipulating that money, where it is moving. And yet the law is clear. It is Parliament that needs to appropriate money for primary
those primary healthcare and the critical emergency care.
And if you ask me, CS Treasury, this thing actually falls right on his doorstep. If he does not open the coffers for emergency critical chronic fund and primary healthcare,
it's going to be a crisis.
There will be a major crisis.
So come next month, because even yesterday, the PS for medical services, Harry Kimtai, said from next month, we have started the transition. Come next month, from your understanding, George, what will happen to this person in Kimana who goes to Kimana dispensary? The law says that this person goes to Kimana dispensary, gets treated, goes home without paying a dime.
Yes, let me start from there. Before that, allow me say, Dr. Lishenga is a good man. And let me advocate at least and profile him a bit. That even what we are seeing in Murang'a, he has a lot of contribution there. And that is why I want everyone to know that he has contributed a lot.
Even his flowers.
Yes, it is his flowers.
Okay.
So having said that, I'll mention on what he has talked about the issue we are experiencing in terms of deduction happening to the employees not remitted, ending up to deny that person a service when they need it. We proposed, even when this issue was there, that the money should be deducted at source, because there is a central coffers which disseminate that money. But why can't we do it at the central place, so that then we don't have issues where you are claiming county has not remitted and yet you gave them the money? So, but that was not taken. Now, when you look at it now, what you are talking about, what is going to happen now that we are rolling out? I presume, and I feel that probably nothing, because the sensitization has not happened. A majority of Kenyans do not know what is going to happen. And it will have probably changed if the government took the initiative of doing their part of what they have called the main testing. It should have happened so that before they say how many have enrolled, they will say we already have this number of indigents that we're going to pay. What the government is supposed to be doing, it has not done it. But it is asking those others who are supposed to be doing to do it. When they tell everyone that you must pay the 2.7%, they are supposed, the appropriation of NHF for it to roll out the primary healthcare was around 50 billion. They only got 4 billion.
4.1 billion.
Yes. I normally don't say the point because
so the point one is 100 million.
Yes. So when you look at the other side is that in the critical care and emergency the approximation was 100 billion. So what are they getting in that? So that's what we are saying. When you look at that, the action is not really in line with what they are telling us.
So the focus here is more on collecting money.
The status quo is more of what we see than the services that they are talking about.
Okay. What will you have us do, George? So
what we have to do is that we have to be realistic. And the government, if they want to enhance services, they must be listening, and they must be able to ensure that if we want something to change, let's do it in a manner that it is realistic. Promising things that you are not going to do is bad. But again, if government has a role to play, let it play its part first before you start asking individual Kenyans to do it. Because then that's how you win trust and the people feel that they are part of what you are doing. If you tell us that indeed what we are going to get is going to be, because why I say that is status quo is that you have already said if I'm not enrolled, I'll not get services. And I'll tell you, in the next 1-2 years to come, we will still have a percentage of not less than 24% of Kenyan, because the transition will only happen for those who have been under NHF. Unless the right measures is put in place, then so that there is a motivation for those who have never been in any form of a cover, medical cover, to be enrolled, then nothing will change. Because in any case, if today you have told me that I don't fall under the category of indigent where the government will pay for me, and I have a child who have been chased away from school, who is I'm supposed to pay the school fee, and you're telling me to pay probably 500 shillings, or even a child who is sick, and at that time the next facility next to me is either pharmacy that I have to buy some paracetamol, and where I come from, anti-malarial, like in Nyanza. What will I choose to go for? I'm actually struggling to put a meal on the table, and you're telling me to pay 500 per month. And you've already declared me an indigent. Yes. So what I'm saying is that the government is going to experience a lot of difficulties, and the best way it will have gone, I think what Dr. Lishenga is saying, will have gone to a way of a tax-based, so that we identify on a line of this is how we want to get this money, and it be done. Now, let me bring to this aspect, like I was in Botswana the other day. Botswana have no like a national insurance cover, but they have a kitty, they have allocated money. Every citizen can access services at any level, provided you are a citizen. You only introduce your card, and there is no enrollment. Yes, people talk about their number is low, but indeed, the principle, the fact is that they have a money that have guaranteed services at every level for every Botswana without paying. Now, when you go to where we are talking about, I think we have been talking about Malaysia and Singapore. What did they do? They came up with a similar way like NHF actually, but they grew a kitty to a manner that currently, like Singapore, they have a fund that can run 5 years. If today they stop paying, it will run for 5 years. So for us, we have bad manners, as he has said, that even the little that we have contributed, it ends up in individual pockets. And people lose life day in, day out. It's a life and death situation. Yes.
As we conclude in about a minute, Dr. Lishenga, rural private hospitals play a critical role in the provision of healthcare services. Come next month, those that have been coming to your facilities and, using NHIF, what's going to happen?
So we will not turn away any Kenyan. We will offer care. The question is, under what terms will we offer care? I want my former classmate, the CS, to succeed. I want my colleague Abdi Mohammed to succeed. But I will tell you without any doubt that it is Mbadi who will fail them. And in the absence of the CS Treasury, and I'm basically saying whoever holds the keys to the purse, in the absence of them opening those purses and putting money in the sector and showing, as I began by saying, put your money where your mouth is, out-of-pocket expenditure in this country is going to skyrocket from 1st of October.
Oh my God.
This is what I can tell you. It should be informative to you that 1.2 million Kenyans only or so have enrolled. And if enrollment is a criteria for accessing care, what will I do with the 50 million who haven't?
And they come to your facility.
And they come to my facility. And what will I do with the fact that my drugstore is empty and you are now waiting for share money to pay NHIF debts?
It's okay. Picture painted. It's okay.
Got it.
Just go. Dr. Brian Leshanga is the chairman of the Rural Private Hospitals Association of Kenya. George Gibore is the general secretary, Kenya Union of Clinical Officers. Thank you for tuning in to the biggest conversation today. Have yourselves a lovely day. See you tomorrow. It's 10 a.m.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Talks to resolve the lecturer strike at Moyo